Boom! Oh guys, hello, hello. It's been a bit, eh? To be fair, yeah, like you know, last weekend we were gonna, what you know, not playing Persona 4 Golden. Surprisingly good motivator, okay? Had an idea to write a short story, then I'm like, you know, I'll write it a bit, then I'll stream Persona. And then, it's like, well, one more quarter, I can probably get to a half and then do it. Then I'm like, oh wait, I'm at 3/4, might as well finish it, and then I'm finished. And then it's already like 4 in the morning, it's like, oh crap, I go to bed. Like, oh, what you gonna do? But never mind. First off, we're gonna do some rolls here. Because I noticed I usually get more lucky with rolls if I'm streaming it. It's like, hey, we're gonna try it. Will it work? Now that I've said it, probably not, but it'd be great. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. You know, for instance, Faust, man, I did 200 rolls, still didn't get her. First time doing a roll now. Immediate. Great. Always stream it, okay, noted. I mean, like, you know, if I really want, I'll just go on mirrored. I'm gonna do a mirror dungeon run. Do some rolls first to try to get what I want, and then... His Majesty's Huang Yuan converges with your vision for Huang Yuan at its culmination, young miss. Oh. I intend to realize your dream that has failed to bloom, though his past be riddled with bloodshed. Lest young miss, please never forget this wretched guard of yours. Oh. So, here's the thing. I sharded some. I think it's still a good amount of stuff for sharding. Yeah, we're still decent here. But I sharded Ishmael and I haven't done any of them, but no, they say to save your rolls, right? Yeah, okay, let's get the rupture ready then, eh? Oh man, I'm gonna have to get it all ready, aren't I? Which means lots of stories on top. Where's Ishmael? She is. She'll level them all up. Crap. Okay, let's do this in order of when they released. I might have to get some shards as well. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna have a broken rupture team. One Xinjiang. I cannot pronunciate that. Yeah, we'll skip the stories because, like, you know, why would I do that? But then, forgot what I was gonna say. Never mind. Oh, makes you wonder why they even hold these banquets, doesn't it? Had they come, they would have done naught but bring displeasure to you. Have you not said as such yourself? I guess it's true. The child walked out of the banquet hall and let out a deep sigh, folding her fan. Well, she got for attending a gay Dagwon Yan banquet for once. Huh, no one comes to the banquet but my big brother with that silly smile, huh? It was a nearly empty party. The family hierarchy and the family elders, whom she actually came to see, apparently all had some business to attend to, and only left her letters and notes. And the people who were indifferent about her didn't even bother showing their faces. So essentially, there was but a single family member who was there to welcome her. So much reading, eh? This being there's gonna be a lot more. This being an inauspicious place, it has already been anticipated that they would not hail your return with open arms. Yet, I sense that all is certainly awry. Now my head's already starting to hurt just thinking about it. However, with all credit to your efforts, we may as well have passed the first round already. Protect what you have, collect what intelligence that may be gained, and we shall be able to garner what wisdom there is to be found about the competition. Let not haste taint your wisdom. The first round of the family hierarch evaluation was to bring them a clue of immortality. Fortunately, after a long and grueling journey, the child was able to find for herself what she sought. Phew, can't believe we actually managed to scoop up some of the deep place from the whale's traces. We were really in luck, huh? Pallid whale. Hmm. Something for the pallid whale. I know it's not the lynx. Jeez. Could be another whale though. Jeez, I'm still shaking from what a close call it was. First time in the lakes, almost devoured by the waves as soon as we sailed out. It could not be helped. You are, something of the Gia family. You must have had no chance to visit Ucorp even once. Yeah, I really screwed up. Sailing out blindly in my great voyage to my something voyage to the Great Lake in search of the clue for mortality, but oh, Carmen. Too early for that observation, I suppose. But it's alright. Nothing to worry about. If she gets it out on purpose, eh? That's not what the observer of this possibility is. Curious to learn, is it? The fact that the child has never been to the Great Lake. The fact that the child was born as a scion of the Gia family. They're all trivial issues, as long as there was an observer, a wishmaker. It's the mere act of witnessing and only witnessing creates reality. The world reflected on the mirror will only grow clearer. Farming. So you look for any possibility and you get it? Yes, as it does now. He who harbors an iridescent light in his eye. Oh, he who glimmers and showers the world with the gems shine. So that's the Hong Lu. Yet hidden it remained for long, shadowed for years in his embrace. The fell omen shall return, and tears of red shall flow like a great winding river. What a creepy song to hear as soon as we walk out into the streets. I guess that's Hong Yon for you. What an egregious song this is. The gem of Huang Yon. I'll be referring to anyone else other than young Lord Bayou. Well, I guess as these songs can spread, I'm gonna be butchering names again. He sure is a frightening foe, I can't deny that. The song called him a fell omen, and aptly so. He is feared by every family hierarch candidate in the competition. At first, what they felt was envy for the gem of Huang Yuan, who was praised and loved by the elders. But that envy soon turned to fear when the gem began to ruthlessly wield the favor and love as his power to expand his network and dominate the competition. Every move he made was a threat against the other candidates, but what the child fears is something else. The scariest thing about him is that none of us have any idea what he's thinking behind that smiling face of his. Yet has he not always shown quite a pleasant degree of gentleness towards you, miss? He thought it kind to visit your banquet after all. Were you not quite close with him in your youth? Yeah, we used to be pretty close. I followed him around, and because he'd always play with me wearing that silly smile of his, but... yeah. That smile just feels so, I don't know, it makes my skin crawl. I understand, for there's aught I could presume. Yeah, though I might just be letting my emotions get the better of me. However, I have faith that you are not one to suspect without cause. Aught of this smile must have given you this perplexing sensation. The child shakes her head, trying to clear her mind after sharing her concerns to her right-hand man. Poor Sky. Analyzing other candidates was all well and good, but she decided that it would be best for her to focus on what she has at this very moment. I'm just worried that even that concern might be kind of premature, to be honest. We gotta focus on protecting what we have until the evaluation day, and let us return to Port of Warm Fragrance, oh crap. Yuan Zhang Zhu? I don't know, man. Like, have a whole bunch of words, letters together, just spam on your keyboard. Been a while since I got to sleep in my own room, huh? The same night, the latter edge of a high hour. Hey, contrary to what she said, the child did not seem to fall asleep. Well, it's more like she wasn't thinking of going to sleep at all tonight. This was her first night back at Huang Yan. She knew it was pretty much a guarantee that she'd be getting ambushed. If she doesn't survive the ambush, even if she were to be arrived later, who she brought would be gone. And she wasn't wrong. Miss, G family Snake Man has released the serpents. Ah, no place like home, huh? Hey, Bong Bong, hope you're doing well. I would have thought they were underestimating me. Imagine night being completely peaceful. We gotta level up the identities before the event. And first 10 pull. I got the character. Yay. Like, I don't know why. If you're streaming, it seems to just go so much better. Like Malfaust. It was 200 rolls, and I had to pity her. But never mind. It's strange. YSD saying. This is seriously not the time for one of your weird puns. The child muttered at her right-hand man. He somehow found it appropriate to make a pun in this tense situation. But he only looked back at her in confusion, as though it was no joke at all. Which also that the situation indeed called for jests. Yep. It seems that I have neglected aught. It is not the she family that holds these serpents in leash. There was a sound of several pairs of powerful legs kicking the ground, followed by the terrified screams of her clansmen. Horse. The child's expression hardened with the realization that she was under even greater danger than she'd thought. Ooh, nice. You're pulling for her earlier, but you got the Zichun announcer in 20 pulls, yeah. I'm gonna try doing the announcements. Those ones are way too... I don't know, man. I just don't like with them. Do a few, though. No, I want to check on my announcers, actually. Oh, the child's expression hardened with a real... Oh, I actually reread this. The hares, the rats. No, there's more. Land is under attack. They must have allowed the Mal to strike them in the dark, as the rat swarm is coming to overwhelm us. Rats, oh. And here I was, wondering where you'd all gone, instead of coming to my banquet. That is such a heartless thing to say, Shmuel. Honglu, or Bayu. I was the only one who filled a seat at that barren banquet of yours at Dahawa Ting, wasn't I? Big Brother Bayu. Oh, so much for trusting anyone in this stupid house. Looks like you found a hidden knack for knifing people in the back while I was gone, huh? Pretty sure knack is the right word. Please, I've learned and studied hard for this. How did you even get a hold of the snake's leashes? Nah, I guess all this questioning is kind of pointless, huh? He carries himself with the air of an enlightened person, but the child knows that it's all a charade. For someone that should announcer in one pull. Sounds nice. All I care about, I get the IDs. I mean, sure, I have boxes to shard, but for not using all my boxes, you know. That's why I don't have the sum. But whatever. His laid-back attitude wasn't prudence, it was arrogance. And every word that spoke of humanity and righteousness that came out of his mouth was hollow. I never should have let my guard down. Darned be the good memories we shared. Aw, you're still seeking to gain understanding, even in a jam like this. I'm so proud of you. I'm a Gia. It's pretty much a given quality in us. But wouldn't you have to survive tonight first, if you wanted to put that understanding to good use? And that seems kinda untenable for you, doesn't it? Young Lord Bayu, that is enough talk. Nothing will come of this conversation anyway. I'll prove myself by surviving tonight, though you're not giving up. Okay, Ishmael. That is what you want. Go ahead. But I hope you've left your regrets behind. The child prepared for battle, popping herself as the shadowy beast poured into her room. Most other candidates would have folded here out of fear. But she wasn't going down that easy. She was going to put her all into surviving tonight, as she always has done. Yeah, I'm probably gonna regret this. We also have the horse guy to do. And Bayu. Honglu. But it's really not like me to back down, not here. Haha. The struggle against the current, surviving through these deadly, painful circumstances. She was used to it all. Just as she was to the smile of the man before her war. I'm hoping not all of them are super long, though. I didn't expect to see Carmen straight up. Man. Hate being off by 3. Fine. Three, thank you. Fudge. Yeah, do I have enough for The other ones, I wonder. Who are you saying? Yep. We're gonna be leveling him up after. I gotta know how much, okay, I have enough you saying how about... Probably not enough Bayou. Or Honglu, huh? Honglu... Yep. Because I sharded. How many do you need again? 20? No, 50, right. How much do I need for a level up? Guess we'll see. Let's see here. 50, okay. Well, let's get to 50 done for Honglu. Yeah, I'll never use that. I'm gonna get 50 here, just you watch. Never mind. Life was not on my side. There we go. Wait, I haven't done the event yet because... No. Life. Did this actually work? No. I'm gonna have a full Hicken Rupture team. Look, I already do have a full Rupture team. I should be able to level up everyone too. Teddy, they nerfed snappers into the ground. I wonder what order I should put him in. I'm guessing we're gonna want the Lord of Hongduan first. And then maybe Mao. Or maybe Family Hierarch candidate. Not too sure. Oh, I don't... Oh, too many words. Too many words. Okay, never mind. Let's just upgrade them in order. Unrelenting Storm. Combo. I don't want to read. The depth of each branch shall heed me. Your lords find this present circumstance utterly vexing. Educate them, teach them what conclusion await. I can't. Well, whatever. You know what? We're not gonna read it, we're just gonna do it. And we'll learn. He implores, red tears streaming down. Yet who lends their ear to folly? As there was but a single dream. Vacuous ones heed this warning. Beware the dragons ascending. 52 hours have passed since the commencement of the family hierarch's ascension was made known to Dog Wan Yan. Mao, serpent. Rumors and tales herald the tongues of newsmongers, and the garden teems with tales of conflicting accounts. Yet none return to the throne of the family hierarch. Well, Vader, Hungry Post was wild. Which one is that? I don't think I saw it. Where I'm gonna look at it if it's on Twitter. Well, I get X now, but on Twitter. Let's see here. Well, Vader. Oh, doesn't have Twitter. Okay. Oh, you don't have Twitter now? The heck? You don't got Twitter. Oh, YouTube. Nah, can't watch a video. No, you can tell me what it was though. Only news of a fantastical nature seems to break through the suffocating chaos. 4 great houses lie in ruins, their former glory tarnished, complete permanent shutdown of Titan Temple. Family hierarch evaluation abolished, orderly amnesty policy revoked. Complete and absolute monopoly over runes declared. Pursuit of immortality designated a taboo. The ancient, innumerably multitudinous rules and laws fade beyond the veils of history, with new rules in service of Huang Yuan fill their void. The land transforms, its blue sea becomes a forest of mulberry trees with the passage of time. Foul practices that had come to be accepted as laws were swept away by waves upon waves of obsidian beasts. Jiabayu, the precious gem of Dong Yuan. Cool as a morning dew and icy enough to make a man shiver. His gaze pierces Dog Wan Yan, yet his presence has utterly departed from his former gentle temperament. You seem busy with your brush amidst others who dare not raise their heads in my presence. A great tide has struck Hong Yuan, my lord, though I know not whether it be for the better or worse. History must rightly be passed down in these records. To that, the zenith of Hong Yuan replied thusly. There was very little fear in your heart despite the chaos. I see that you have accompanied me from the Tikin Temple to here, in service of your duties. Very well. Let your records henceforth be known as Zheng Xing Lu, Chronicles of the Rightful Inheritance. It will be done, my lord. Your insolence is forgiven, for it was in service of Hong Yuan. Yet, I find myself growing curious of its contents. Bring it before me. I will not ask you to correct it. Yes, my lord. Big brother by you. How lucky am I to see the precious jade of Dog Wan Yan the moment I woke. The worm has tarnished my little sister's tongue-in-spirit boast. Oh no, they put the worm in her. I have finally become one with the fathomless history of Hong. It is said that the sight of spring seldom stay. Indeed, it blooms and wilts with the self-same futility of blossoms. Thus Ishmael of the Jia family met her demise, ere she ascended to her rightful seat of the family hierarchy. It transpired within the hour of Bayou, the Jia's family name, departing for the Tikin Temple accompanied only by an adept of the Mao branch. It was 23 hours after the commencement of the family hierarchy ascension by the count of both sun and moon. I'm glad we were able to finish the job before they were fully assimilated. Retrieve the Zian Wang worm, dissect it down to its every tissue, and please extract everything it's got to offer. Do whatever you need to get the job done. I won't ask any questions. Your wish is my command. Yet, my lord, what of those within? Those who have done a great deal of service to Hong Yuan shall learn the secrets of immortality and gain the right to ascend to a higher plane of existence. So saying the song of the revered Zian Ren, well known to the denizens of Dog Wan Yan. Yet none of them could have foreseen the terrible, twisted, bizarre truth that awaited within the walls of Tikin Temple. Little Bayou, what is the meaning of this? How could you, of all people? Grotesque figures, their forms mutated beyond recognition, sit amidst earth riddled with human remains, testimony to their predilection for cannibalism. The vision before this chronicler was much like a congregation of malevolent ghosts and ghouls. Physical manifestations of the supernatural, strength, chaos, and spirits. That's a good one, Grandpa. Of all people, really. Who else did you expect? Not even a stray dog and heat roaming the streets would have the audacity to show such disrespect against those who raised thinkless rat. That's what you are now. How dare you brandish such crude steel at Tikin Temple, the heart of Hong Yuan's history. Mark my words, your transgressions shall beget severe consequences. I'm talking, why do you let Ishmael assimilate, man? So mean. That's just hurting, man. Or is she? Zian Ren, an elder of the Zui family, has vulgar curses towards Jia Bayou. Yet without even a scant trace of wrath, he replies placidly, a misunderstanding perhaps, born out of my steady adherence to the path. This is untrue. No, I did not let their vulgarities linger over long in my heart. Yet the hollow eye socket ached still. Cease, you needed to rise. Records often fail to speak the truth, even when honesty has guided the brush. Then the new master of Hong Yuan shut his eye deep and soft. He rubbed his chin contemplatively, then spoke again only after enough time to imbibe a cup of tea had passed. You there, kowtowing one, with your head buried between your hands, speak, regale us with the tale of the Kong family, and how they came to be annihilated. The Kong family has, in the greed, violated the laws of Hong Yuan, and for that they were annihilated, my lord. See how he is made a liar, though earnestly he read from the records. Yet for turning the Kongs on, there shan't be of any benefit to Wang Yuan just yet. Let us continue this perusal. How dare you defy our will, the will of Huang Yuan's venerable ancestors? Have you no shame? Have you not enjoyed the precious blessings we have bestowed upon? Oh, is that what you call those things you granted me in your endeavor to sate your puerile need for entertainment blessings? I was made to witness a ruin that destroyed the Kong family, all for the sake of the Zia and Ren's entertainment. Fat, black, feathered cuckoos pecking humans apart, teasing their nests, forcing their eggs inside, and newborns tearing their way out to the world through their stomachs, and the people. What abominable cycle, what terrible screams, what awful sights. I plucked my eye out, for I could bear it no longer. Was it because I was seized by the horror of that moment, which etched itself into my psyche? No, no. It was simple, unbearable disgust, knowing that the old and odious worms, the ailing vermin of Huang Yuan, lurked behind the eye. How their voracious jaws coveted my emotions. I had to remove it, lest I vomited. They weren't blessings. All you've given me is a curse. The dear child, only time stands between you and understanding the joy of that entertainment. With time, you too shall know. Do you not recall, child, we never spared any expenses for anything you had ever sought, anything you ever desired? Oh, that. I remember still. It was only after a week less than I locked in my room, that you could not bear the tedium and sent someone for me. Barely and on did I ask for travel expenses with the jade, for I knew not by what other means I might dissuade you, and not long after, she me sent Deviat fixes to deliver all kinds of precious riches before me. All that gold, all that treasure you have given me were just transactions, were they not? You sought me to provide you with entertainment, with something to assuage the tedium of your overlong existences, and I received golden treasures in return. What is this, if not a mere exchange of goods and services? Our relationship, if you can't call it that, was simply business. Enough, we shan't suffer your insolence any longer. What an awful brute you have become. Worry not, the foolish attempt at a rebellion shall soon come to an end. Now with the Tikan Temple open, the Jilin guards shall be here any minute. Jilin guards, the protectors of the Jia family. Unlike the Heishu, whose loyalty changes with the hands that wield their leashes, the Jilin guards have sworn utter loyalty to the family hierarch in Dagwon. Due to the nature of their publicity, many who are known for their martial strength have deigned to join the Jilin guards. Thus the Zianren seem to be of the belief that once their full force make their way to Tikan Temple, they would bring a swift end to Jia Baiyu. No matter what childish trickery you have prepared outside Huangyang Shell, the years in this claustrophobic chamber have clearly rotted your brains. Ishmael is dead, without the next family hierarch to fill the seat. The ascension is null, ending the beast's respite. I wield the leashes of every house, and the beasts who were wandering without a family hierarch to serve. The 12 beasts are all mine. I cannot. Baiyu, how? You control them all. No. How has this come to be? Oh, revered Heishu Zianren, why Jia Baiyu? Our lord, why Heishu Zianren? Might that not be another name for their adepts? No, adepts may be mighty, yet they are animals of the pack still. To wield the full might of the Hong Yuan, I need the approval of the 12 Heishu Zianren. I would have loved nothing more than to borrow the truth strengths of each branch as well. Alas, they were adamant that such forces cannot be deployed, and thus the need was to battle forces formed to this land, still an invasion from another wing. Everything you have heard thus far is classified information. You will not record them. Thus spoke the adept of Mao, and impressed upon this chronicler that he mustn't leave any record of exchanges concerning the Heishu Zianren, and the negotiations that were had with those of whose existence we hitherto knew nothing. The adept of Mao, upon realizing that this chronicler had been making a transcript of her entire speech, drew her hand close to the hilt of her blade, doubtless contemplating the untimely departure of this head from the torso, until the new master of Hong Yuan laughed and spoke thusly. There are no rules against the records in New Hong Yuan. Record as you will, said he, and permitted this record to be made. Heed me, 12 beasts. Plunge these parasites working against the prosperity of Hong Yuan into the gutters of Vici. Vici. Nice. They were availed not even a moment of respite. Their existence is now eternally condemned. Creatures tainted my hatred and drenched in suffering echoes endlessly betwixt the walls of Tikin Temple. Oh, my throat's getting raw. Hereby you gently beholds the inferno in his eye. Once outside, this chronicler saw that there was nothing but holiness reflected in his eye. No happiness, no wrath, no sorrow, no joy. Only a void of emotions. Perhaps there was satisfaction, however, for he has cut down the former hierarch, once called the Venerable Jiamu, Shi Taijun, and some of the Zian Ren. Taijun Starblade. Doing a Joker reference there, Bong Bong. There's no laws against the records, Batman. Oh, you're reminding me of that little punny one. Ay. For his gate departing Tikin Temple was a light. It is said that, to observe the heavenly rules, one must rise closer to it. Yet I see it plainly still, the tall sky, from the abyss of Tikin Temple. No soul dares stand in Jiabayu's heavenward ascension. No Jilin guards, no soldiers of the four families. It may be tall, but the sky is only a simulacrum, my lord. When false becomes truth, so too does truth become false. Where non-existence becomes existence, so too is existence non-existence. Confusion. You shimmy me in. That sky was real, thus the sky it was. It appears as a sky to me as well, thus a sky it shall remain. I love a perspective, eh? It is not a difficult concept. Shift your focus away from distinguishing truth from falsehood, and instead determine the perspective by which you view the world. You speak on your level. Ah, yes, from my perspective, the Jian guards are not the shield of Hong Yuan. From where I stand, they are rebellious impurities who dare stand against the new master of Hong Yuan. Then the purge has already begun. 32 hours after the commencement of the family hierarch evaluation, Jian guards make their last stand, barricading every pathway that connects Tikin Temple to the board of directors. I'm still sad about Ishmael dying, man. But are eradicated ere the zoo hours end, and the claws of the Heishu whose reach have conquered every corner of Dangguanyang. Thereafter, Jiabayu overpowered the four families in the board of directors with his sheer might, and it seems that I am all caught up. Enough entertainment has been had. The fools who have convened to discuss a thing as equally benighted as them. The vote of no confidence, was it? Must all have been dealt with. Those who once used to rule over Hong Yuan, from its highest peaks, dare not look up from the ground in its presence. The new master Hong Yuan sits higher than all, observing the obsequious masses before him. When the bell tolls to tell the time, he speaks, his voice echoing in every corner of Hong Yuan. The tone was low, but its reverberation were deep and bone-chilling. Thus none in Hong Yuan were spared from his speech. Heed my voice, resident of Dogguanyang. Jialai has easily has a breeze, and the Wang are bereft of even a small room to lie in. Even in years of great harvest, the Zue are blinded in the pursuit of gold, and not even a single engraving welcomes the Shi in 10 steps. The four great houses are in decline, only bloodstains remain in the path of history Hong Yuan has taken. Thus Hong Yuan shall no longer suffer the hierarchs. Its master needs a name still, however, a new title, the Lord of Hong Yuan. Named Yard. Oh, shall henceforth suggest me as Hong Lu Crimson Dew, the Lord of Hong Yuan. Much blood has been spilled already, yet red dew stained every dawn of Hong Yuan crimson. No forgiveness did His Majesty bestow upon those who dared pursue selfish ends. As the sun transformed, as the moon waned, banners of Dongguanyang fell one by one. And while his night was bright still, nary a human cast a shadow in the light. Some decry him as a tyrant and a despot, for the metallic stench of blood was ever present in His Majesty's wipe. Yet, the morning could have never come without the cost of bloodshed. His Majesty did not expel those who spoke honestly before him, and bestowed government posts to those who gave him sincere advice. The alleys were calm, yet no longer plagued by a chill, and children's laughter echoed betwixt the narrow streets of the machine jungle. Thus, some exalt him as a merciful lord of benevolence, for glory and brilliance illuminated his forward paths. Honglu, the lord of Huangyan, though the mighty current of the city may one day wash away his great deeds. But blessed Huangyuan, during his brief existence, was much like a dream. Thus his chronicler shall rectify the name of this title. He is due called Ling Xinglu as per his Majesty's orders. Entitled it Honglu Meng. Honglu Meng. Dream of the Red Dewdrop. Okay. Carmen. Carmen. Well, that would indicate the mirror world are different times there in time frame. Your Majesty, now that you have the throne, it is high time your health took precedence. You grasp at hollow dreams. I have no time to spare for myself. With this responsibility I have claimed. I have made good use of what I have learned thus far. I must seek wider, cast my eye toward new teachings. Shin Meng and Psychoments. You will seek the masters of these techniques and bring them before me. Psychoments. Oh, that sounds familiar. Wait, was Psychoments the thing that let you draw out your ego? Psychoments. Distortion detective. Maybe. Can't remember. Wait, what? The Carmen stuff? Wait. Oh. I mean, Carmen isn't really that crucial to this game. Majorly in Lobotomy Corporation. I think she's a bit in Library of Runa. Just a bit. Mainly Lobotomy Corp. You will seek the masters of these techniques and bring them before me. Your Majesty, you mean? Prepare for a war of the wings. Oh. Well, yeah, Carmen's more different. Now, I wonder what the order I'm gonna have them, because there's so many of them. That is fine. Well, there we go, another. You know, she's in Locker, but you didn't know she was in this game. Kind of cool, to be honest. I mean, like, she's not really in the game. I mean, she is, but she's in the story, mainly. Not the story, but more like the uptype stuff, you know. She's in the uptype stuff. I just don't know how much I can say about it. It's kind of like an underlying theme. I don't want to spoil it for you. I'll hold my tongue for the time being. Ooh, Tremor. I don't like Tremor. I get Rupture Count, that's good. Oh, more words. Mine. Oh man, I don't want to read all this. Speaking of, I mean, this one seems pretty simple. Attack. Defense level down. And launcher. To go, then there's something that, I think it's defense, right? Yeah, retreat. Then you retreat, yeah. Is there anything else that's here? Oh, ready. All stuff is confusing, man. Oh. Number of affected allies is launcher stack on self for the effect of the GF family unit. Apply 2 offense level up next turn instead. On the turn, this unit substituted or returned to the field gain ready. Oh, and then use it right away. Ooh. Get more. Apply assist. Wait, how do I get the other one? Oh, that's just the launcher one. So when she comes in at first. Okay, okay. Now, this one's gonna be confusing, I know. It said, okay, that one's simple. We get rupture count. That's fine. Okay, among allies, you pack the unit that can act. If you supply a unit with at least unrelenting storm stack and apply unrelenting storm. Oh. If unit A applies its effect to unit B followed up with an unopposed attack with its base skill 3. Oh. Holy heck. Skill 3. Oh, there's 3. Hold up. So there's 1. There's 2. Why are there 3 different ones? Okay, okay. Skill plus 10 for life from death itself. Okay. One leash holder. When HQ units are killed in an encounter, oh, they have to die. It does remind me, which ones do I have right now? I do have a decent amount, you know. Decent amount, not all of them, but decent. Now, what was I thinking here? Oh yeah, I kinda want his, ego, but now we're part of the event, yeah. I can't even see it. I know, it's over here, ain't it? Like, this would be great to have. Especially since I heard, from what I heard, he can't die. He's not equipped a defense skill and is about to take in a... Ooh, one... Ooh, is I gonna get it? Okay. Yeah, nullify. Tarnished blood. Yeah, no. When activating the Ego skill 2, there's a tarnished blood, yep. Nullify the disaffected and its after attack effects. It's like, I want this. I gotta wait until the season's over. Oh yeah, one more to do. 4. Alright, getting hooves, yep. Rise through the sand. Already leveled him up. Sure. You at peace. I ask in this aimless letter without a recipient, or you sailed off on a journey to where my words may never reach. Perhaps your heart is finally at ease, if you would always wish to travel to new lands beyond Big One Yon. He's doing a Dishmail, ain't he? I have not fared well in your absence. With your passing on, my liberator from the leash of a Heishu. It seemed that I had become an outsider to Dingwon Yon overnight. My freedom was already paid for to return. My freedom was already paid for to return me to whence I came. I was an outsider to the Jia family to let me stay in Yuan Zhangzhou as I had done, making me a man who, with his half freedom, doomed to wander lost in Huang Yuan. Someone that was unleashed for the better half of his life finds the concept of freedom itself alien. The marks left by the leash that had once held me itch, as I brushed and scratched through my memories. Hey, he gets ears. Perhaps I have ruminated overlong in the forward. I took up the brush today to reminisce upon the memories I shared with the young miss. Let us endeavor in that effort. At the incipience there was a vast field, upon which I galloped. I remember not since when I had begun my galloping. What the heck? Getting hot in here. But where my earliest recollection begins, I was already a quadruped horse, leashed by a master, steered by his saddle to somewhere. Such is the fate of most Teishu. Once all is said and done, the memory that remains burned into our psyche isn't what drove us to become a Heishu. It is the very first memory of our transfiguration. The sensation remains painfully vivid even now, crackling and boiling like my biped legs did, dripping with viscosity as my entrails began to drop, only to be caught by flesh and leather that was mine yet alien. Once it was all said and done, I had become a quadruped. Yet no memory of mine thereafter remains nearly as vivid. Instead, they are consistent and colorless, like fled by the rains. Eventually to the vanguard of the cavalry. I fail to recall it exactly what excellence of mind it was that boosted me to the front of all of the others. Perhaps the answer lies in the sentiment that one of my past leash bearers had once shared. Not the darkness of my armor, the shadows cast on my impassive countenance kindled the least amount of guilt in him. Why would I, he said, feel any guilt when you are but a storm-like mindless disaster that strikes indiscriminately? The sentiment was most shameful to be saddled with, yet shame was a foreign feeling then. But I do not hold it in much contempt, as it was exactly what had led you to select me. Indeed, it was about then that you, young miss, first held my leash. You were certainly an odd one, even with the benefit of hindsight. How odd it was that you would use the cavalry not to break your foes, but to defend yourself from them. In a few days under your service, I came to conclude that my lord is too feeble to grow her clan. After a few more days under your service, I came to conclude that you had no other Heishu to choose from for your tasks. Thus, I assume that the leash should be changing hands to another's in no time. Or so I had thought. In about 2 or 3 months, my thoughts changed once again. They had found clarity. I came to conclude that what she had sought wasn't a tool to exploit and cast aside when their usefulness was spent. She was looking for a companion in her adventuring past. That single understanding unlocked many others. That to bring along an army of hundreds on an adventure is to bring a great burden, and that to abandon them is to be foolish. That you found value in what was made yours. Perhaps it was then, when I had first begun to address her as my young miss. For many nights to this day I pondered, why did young miss choose me? As to free a Heishu, and adept at that, and make him her companion, exact a terribly monumental price. There must have been more to it than simply relinquishing her hold over the seeds. I searched through the memories of our exchanges, inscribing them, delving into the chasm of memories with the items upon which those recollections left marks. Allow me to share a supposition of my own in that regard. I recall a memory of a certain day in which you, with your usual attitude, bemoaned a sense of aimlessness as to why you toiled to become the family hierarch, even as you prepared for the evaluation. As that was the bearing with which young miss oft carried yourself, my reply was just as quotidian. When was it, young miss, that you found most joy in Hong Yuan? And your reply was, I believe, it was, What kind of joy is there to be found in Hong Yuan, anyhow? Thus I replied, perhaps you could strive to become the family hierarch so that one day joy may indeed be found in Hong Yuan. In truth, I knew not the meaning behind that dialogue with you, not until this rumination has found its end today. Your reply was the same as always, stop saying dumb things. And that was the end of that. However, upon hearing his tale, I believe I had gained an inkling of understanding. Indeed, him, your killer. As I wandered aimlessly lost in the alleyways of Hong Yuan, he emerged from his shadows to address me. He explained thusly that he found the stable of steeds incomplete without its vanguard, that he had been wandering in search of the adept. And to that I replied, it had already been too long since I was last leashed as a Heishu, and that there surely would be other adepts who were better fit for his vision. But he shook his head. He claimed that, in all the histories of the East and the West, there is but one adept fit to ride at the vanguard of his cavalry, the same one who once served his little sister. Unable to quash my curiosity, I asked, while I could accept his decision to liberate my young miss from the machinations of the race, lurking underneath Dog One Yon, hardly could I within myself to forgive one who swung his fell crescent to enter life. Thus why is it that he would seek me out, to build me into none other than his leash, when I could well have been whetting the blade of vengeance against him? To that he replied thusly, those who seek to bring prosperity, to have the lowly streets bloom with laughter of happy barons of humble merchant stalls to hum with lively hubbub, must keep the most excellent steed. I recalled that you once spent much time conversing him. At some time in the past, his purpose seemed a little different from yours, you miss. The only delineation being the hesitation, or the lack thereof, before bloodshed. Do the ends justify the means? I bear no question, yet it is so difficult to answer when confronted with it. That man's bloodied bandages told me of the future, the kind of bloodshed that he would usher into the world of darkness to bring about the Hong Yuan he sought to realize. I decided to correct my thinking. If all other means are lost, then the ends, at the very least, must hold true. Today, young miss, I did not ingest the suppression bolus you had gifted me. The characteristics of a Heishu shall then return to me anon, for a body logged with Heishu bolus are forever changed. I wear the mask again. Indeed, the same mask that I had once buried deep for safekeeping and sealing. The mask you had made me, remiss out from the shards of the exoskeleton that grew whenever I took the equine form. And when the time comes, I will bite down upon the gag, and allow others to lead me by my reins once again. I know not how faint this is, memory of mine shall be again. But I shall remember you, my young miss, by writing, revising, then reading this letter without destination. All to finish the dream you had sparked. Now let me trot on, let me break into a gallop. If my path is not to your liking, I will always welcome you your usual scathing reproach, for I would gladly hear your voice again. Yet you needed be impatient. My gait is swifter than anything in Wong Yuan, so I don't suppose it will be long ere I embark on a journey to find you. He's got 4 legs. Bind. Oh, damage. Commanding cry. Ooh. I don't really care much about tremor. Concussion. I think it should be pretty good. Holy heck, and tremor burst. Okay, sure, at that time. We'll finally be able to start the event. Here we go. Now all we have to do is read. Project Cal, that's pretty straightforward. Death rate. He affect any death rate even? Nope. Line breaker, but how do I get line breaker? Bolus contamination. Oh. Unactivate. Oh. Farmer Cat Ishmael's inflicts rupture. Ooh, you get through potency, okay. Nice. Ooh. They're really fit for together, eh? Attack her when the USP is faster, okay. Tremor burst. Okay, sure. Well, I guess we'll see how this goes, eh? Oh, it's gonna be more reading. Oh wait, I have more. There we go. Let's see here. Well, I have 2. So I get 80. $20 for any of these. Well, sure. Max at 120. How am I gonna get 120? Oh, by that. Yeah. Well. Said I can't get him yet. Oh, chicken. Put him on the team. Oh, I'm gonna have to read him too. Please have a fight before. Please, I don't want to read. No, this one's reading though, I know. You're reading for an hour. Well, whatever. The hall was chill as a tense air. And those present all sat in complete silence. Then there was Jia Yuan Shun with her lips slightly curled into a merciless sneer. And in the center of it all sat Jia Zichun, unsure of what to say next. Well, everyone. Jia Yuan Shun. Seated next to the hierarch seat upon which Zichun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Honored heads of the houses, lords of each family, their proxies, members, and... nods likely, acknowledging our awkward presence. And those Zichun's guests, who stay here at our H Corp, seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Isn't she technically from Q Corp? What's up with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that? Our H Corp? They don't like that we're here. Guess like maybe we're an aspiring wing, right? Nevertheless, regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous. Especially with Jia Zichun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly she is using the pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. As we are all aware, venerable former GMU has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of the greatest import. The momentousness of which steered the very course of H Corp's prospects. Ay. I used to be better at this, and I still have to read the story too. Even after I departed the family for Q Corp. Venerable former GMU have always written missives to confer such matters with me. Something about it smelled suspicious, but we'd already missed the window to challenge her to present us with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the venerable GMU's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H Corp. What a grandiose and self-important introduction. It seemed clear to me that she considered herself to be the main character of this scene, or something. Your grace certainly befits your station, ladies Yuan Shin. We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hong Yuan, despite your already saturated schedule. Hey, that dude. We can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady Yuan Shin. Ah, my parents, it's your shame that they couldn't be here. I've always sung praises of your expertise, Lady Yuan Shin. Hey, him. Responses from the participants are just as protracted. Only obsequious instead of arrogant. Too many difficult words, man. As heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces of foreign... No. As heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces foreign to Hong Yuan, their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom we had the pleasure of meeting during the family hierarch war. Very well, then shall we? Welcome Jia Zichun. The next person to sit upon the seat of Hong Yuan's family hierarch. Greetings, I am. Now let us begin. For many years, all of those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H Corp. Jia Zichun's expression immediately soured as Yuan Shun unceremoniously cut off her self-introduction. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of new major policy items that have been tabled for far too long. Distributive contribution rights, auctioning policy, quarterly amnesty policy. Hold on, big sister Yuan Shun. Passing the distribution contribution rights auctioning policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before reconstruction days, and the quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantages to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Jia Zichun shudders. Jia Zichun stutters a little, flustered before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies were pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of a select few families and high-ranking officials of H Corp. If I may, venerable hierarch, lining the pockets, that is quite an odd turn of phrase to refer to the bare minimum of respect that society might repay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? Oh, before we continue, Zichun, I'm not entirely certain if you are aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family hierarch, the perceived value of Hong Yuan has been racing to the, for the lack of a better word, rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hong Yuan's concern, and its lack of faith in the newly appointed family hierarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation freefall and restore prosperity and greatness to the Hong Yuan once again. Yeah, okay, and that's the family hierarch's job, right? Why are you... If you had perused H Corp's articles of association, you would have known that, should H Corp be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the four great houses and the board of directors' voice may also carry de facto power in the assembly. And the board of directors at us has determined that we are now in a state of crisis. State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family hierarch was legitimate, down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander are tanking our value, which we have built up assiduously, through years upon years of toil. So, what is this, if not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarch's qualities when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? Jia Yuan Shun was somehow turning the room against Zichun, without presenting a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who was single-handedly taking H Corp's value. No one in the assembly, not a single representative from any families present, stepped up to point out how Jia Zichun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Hong Yuan's front yard, or how she deftly maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within Dongguan Yuan. He hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension, despite her relative inexperience, but... Stupid guys. Everyone in Hong Yuan's board of directors, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all of that had somehow inconceivably slipped their minds. So you take yourself to be a qualified individual for that responsibility, Zichun. Very well, then proceed. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years quarterly net revenue records for Hong Yuan Singularity-related businesses. Your calculations on next year's fiscal debt forecast, and the exact recipe and variation numbers for the boluses that have been registered in the last 5 years. That's... oof. The Venerable Hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You must not be aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. You're still indexing all available materials, too. Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Huang Yuan has a family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Huang Yuan's historical statistics. Yeah, we know why. Jiao Yuan Shun must have known all along, too. She must have known how the previous family hierarchs were all directly supplied with an immense repository of information through the Zio Wang worm, or something of the equivalent. And she's using it to target Zichun's weakness, knowingly asking questions she, the first family hierarch without the Anam no worm, couldn't possibly answer. The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of the hierarch Jiamu are matched only by the greatest power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the wing to someone who is so evidently unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to vote the motion of no confidence. The motion of no confidence. Motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from office. So they're going after Zichun's power. So this is the picture Jia Yuan Shun wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarch stammering on and stumbling through her first meeting is a total near unanimous lack of support from the H-Corp board of directors. Whatever jargon they're on about, seems to me they've got not an ounce of respect for the last or us. Never trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first ones that kick you out at the moment they no longer see you as useful. Shh. You're not the only one who's pissed off, so can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Don't need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know. My arse would have left the chair long ago if it weren't for this last. In H-Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family hierarch's powers will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Oh, so they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is some needlessly convoluted and way too... The assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against family hierarch Jia Zichun to the floor? Smoker guy, please. Hold on. The vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly. The Shi family has no objections. Let's say the Wang family has no objections either. The Wei family too. The rest of the previous family heads seem to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power were more useful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying in Jia Yuanshan's good graces. New faces, same old. And needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. It's far too vexing to simply watch and do not. Right, I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. You're walking all over Zichun like she's not even here. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm not going to hesitate to make myself heard again. This time, I want to be courageous with your help, Don Quixote. Come on, let's do this together, okay? Very well, I am in agreement. Yeah, let's go on 3 at the same time. If there are no objections, 1, 2... The Assembly will put this resolution to vote in a month's end. 3. Here, I objection. Bloody hell, oi, have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall, at the center of the entire room's undivided astonishment alone. Yeah. Don Quixote, still firmly in their seats, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become, with such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. Certainly, mine efforts have finally borne fruit. What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff suddenly rub off on you or something? No, wait, no. What happened there? Don Quixote, we were going to... What happened to objecting together? Oh, I taken thy suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels, borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze and the Department of LCC. Disputes and succession of power on such a high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash grandstanding. But thou not agree? Why are you normal all of a sudden? Lad, what just happened? What happened to the clammy meat boy? Oh well, that. Well, I guess I just assumed that this is how Limbus Company rolls now. There seems to have been an unexpected outburst from Beecham's guest. Withdraw your objection, and we will consider this a momentary loss of control, and I'll enter it as an official statement. It was, Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her abilities. So please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Zichen demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of the family hierarch? Oh my. His voice continues to shrivel to a corner. He can't, and how could anyone? How could anyone? When we all had a very clear view of her past to Ascension, during the family hierarch evaluation, Jiabayu donated the coins he received from Q to you. Essentially, you pity-partied your way to victory. Pity-partied. For your Ascension, Q and those outsiders from an upstart company had to almost literally carry you to the seat. Has there even been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? But have we not all been witnesses to the qualities she exhibited during the family hierarch evaluation and her own ascension? You must have no shame, sticking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an on-putting buffoon. Jiaku. It's been quiet. Even footsteps broke through Jia Yuanshun's merciless dismantling of Jia Zichun. Yet, I see the point. The hierarch, with her grace, needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. Doesn't even say, like, you should have talked to you, but I'm not going to stop you. This is no place for an outsider to speak, but proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement, coming from a fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I can only presume, from your verbosity, that the right to speak in this forum was open to all outsiders. You've said it yourself, that the vote on the no-confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. But it is rather clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarch war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the result, quite obviously. Very well. Fair challenge between clans, which would preclude the participation of the family hierarch Teishu Pact and the Jialan Guards. So you would remove her Pao and Ju before the game even begins. Cannon and Chariot before the games even begins. But it makes us test a series of sparring matches in both academia and martial arts, if such is the case. What audacity. Do you truly have that much faith in Jia Zichun's abilities? You must know the consequences of failing these matches. No. It would be a unanimous, one-sided end to the vote of no confidence, and naturally, any and all rights appertaining to the family hierarch shall be transferred to the board of directors. That is fine by us. You are free to choose any champion who you seem fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. Oh. Sorry. Well, I'm ready to bit. Oh, man. Oh, tastes awful. Never mind. But, in the midst of the confused, flabbergasted silence from the other sinners, a clear, carefree, yet defiant voice rings out Hongnu's retort. That's not true at all, big sister Yuanshun. We actually have just as much confidence in Zichun as she does. If I stare directly and unblinkingly into Jia Yuanshun's, it occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Impudent child, how dare he stare me down like that? Then you are welcome to try. 1 month, you have but 1 month to prove before all in audience that she is indeed fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, then sorry, it kinda burned my throat. None of you shall again rightfully challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance would be no different from those that the traders are facing. Wouldn't you agree? Well then, we will excuse ourselves now. Wait, I've... The gong turns around towards us with that same mysterious smile. It literally directs us outside the assembly hall. We may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family hierarch. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless of for who it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long this search for one such master might take, not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past the Dongyuan walls. Which might take up to 2 months. Why not relent now, and relinquish but a part of your powers as a family hierarch to the board of directors? It seems that this fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that, when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound by at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Jivachun's masters, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. Oh no. The gong gestured confidently towards the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. Oh no! No, not fighting. No. Another book. I can only go on so long. We were planning to train Jivachun anyways, but it seems that we are now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said the LCB was going to help me out, did you guys mean that you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Of course not, Jichun. Hey, Carmen, hope you're doing well. Big sister, Yuan Shun's an old snake. You've just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall, to prove to the world once and for all that I'm not qualified at all to be the family hierarch. But Zichun, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do, but now, things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right, I pretty much lucked into this position. Don't tell me that woman's bullcrap actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be just good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of a family hierarch might be too much. Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observation from our previous interaction. The heck, Zichun, I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend to not know who we were, didn't you? Where'd all that confidence go, girl? That actually got under her skin back then, huh? So, Zichun, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? If I let it happen, Big Sister Yuan Shun's going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is the implication that her testaments on her influence were true? Yep, it's true. Before she left for Q-Corp, Big Sister Yuan Shun used to always accompany Jiamu to these assemblies. If we just let them hold the vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarch's scope of power, and who knows, they might even call for a reevaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yuan Shun, I think her definition of Huang Yuan's prosperity might be different from mine. What she's looking for isn't H-Corp's prosperity, it's Dong Yuan Yuan's. And I know that this is a... Should I give the chicken Sinclair? I mean, you can. They're gonna have to do the event enough. Just have to do the event over and over and over again, and then you'll get it. Well, it shouldn't be that hard to get. And I know this... And I know that this all has something to do with its ties to Q-Corp, which I bet has already been going on for a while just under my radar. I'm sure they've already had plenty of talks behind my back, which is not the kind of vision you have for Hong Yuan's future, right? And that's why you spoke up against her. Spend hours on the Mirror Dungeon? Yeah, that's an option too. Oh, spending hours on Mirror Dungeon. Oh, no. Oh, I hate farming so much. Or I don't do farming yet, now I'm just going through it. I, uptied Ishmael's, Jiu-Jitsu Chun ID, Lord Huang Yuan, Hong Lu ID, and the horse, and that took an hour. All the reading. Oh, nevertheless, let's continue. My vision for Huang Yuan is... I still can't pronounce it though. These names. I want to change H-Corp to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this. And in only 30 days. Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great, great. So it's decided then, huh? We just need Fowl to deliver the bad news to Sod. So, to summarize. Yeah, isn't there going to be an Arknight collab soon? I mean, I heard about an Arknight collab, yeah, I've heard of it. They say, you know, save your rolls for it. And I kind of have. I spent 200 on, I did 200 rolls on, for Malfaust, Demon Getter, and Use Pity, but nevertheless, yeah, they'd say to save it for Arknights, but it ain't happening. I don't know when it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen eventually, I've been hearing about it for like a year already. So I don't know. The responsibility of training Zichun to win these matches, I mean, these amorphous tests, upon which hinges the family hierarch's fate, and almost every facet of which is entirely under Jia Yuan Shun's control, by the way. And it's probably a trap. Within the next 30 days is ours. Is issue Rodion good? Yeah, I'd say she's fairly good. I'd say she's fairly good. Definitely better than Gregor's. I'd say out of the Heishu's I have, which I have every Heishu, but well, except Sinclair. And I haven't tested Yiseng either. I'd say probably Gregor's the weakest. Rodion's pretty good. And then the Mal branch is like, fairly good in general. I'd say Otis is the weakest out of them. Yeah, I'd say yeah, she's decent. Anyways, the responsibility of training Zichun to win these matches. I mean, oh wait. Part job. It's in the next 30 days is ours. And we have to explain that to Sod. Well, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Postmortem reports have become quite rote. I don't know what rote means. Sometime later. I mean, I think there's some, like the certain rankings or whatever, you can probably see their ranking. Like Pride one. I think they gotten better. They used to be worse, but they've gone better, I can look when Limbus Arknight collab. When Limbus Arknight collab, yeah, it was 9 months ago. When? October. Oh, between September and October, okay. Cool. Well, let's see here. Tier list. I'll just look here. May as well write. Heishu Rodion. She... At least according to this list, she is... I can't find her. I am blind. Let's try this again. If I do especially here, I'm gonna find her. She's poised. That's all I know. Here she is. Oh, actually Gregor is he Gregor? Pretty high up. Where's Rodion? Okay, they say she's B tier. Now what they say, she's B tier. And then S tier for late game. I don't know, I find her better than Gregor, but they say she's worst. Bad rupture application. And skill 3 has no damage modifiers. I just like the 3 attack weight man that she has. The only thing annoying about Gregor and Rodion is that you have to use a defense skill first. Anyway, sometime later. Rizzy, thou must impress upon the illustrious red gaze. That wasn't my idea this time. The Claire stared blankly at Don Quixote as she made her desperate plea towards Sod. Yes, and I understand that as well. For the 8th time. As always, Sod was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. Kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which those sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great. Now let's give it our best. The Claire mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah, so let's just give it our best, okay? I totally agree. We messed everything up again, and... What? Limbus Company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Jia Zichun acclimatize herself to the responsibilities of the family hierarch. It was always a part of our plan. Well, I sure am glad that I took Faust's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCV's missions. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incident reports back during the J-Corp incident had I known. I would have never do a plan. Sure. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he has left Zilu and I here to look after the new family hierarch's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Oh, so that's what they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors naught but putty in Yuan-Shin's hands. And that would have led that snake to be de facto... assume the seat of the family hierarch. Against such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon, the most viable strategy is the most direct one, to challenge her head-on. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you need to prolong your company's stay in Dagwon? This is also a prime opportunity for Jia Zichun to further solidify her influence here, depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence. They have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but are we not even going to consider what happens if we might fail? No, we are not. Because you will not fail. Not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back there when you said that we were all going to teach Jia Zichun, all 12 of us? I won't object to selecting only a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. Yeah, by the way, we already have an established internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction, due to an unexpected incident. Yep. So is that is a statement mired in narrowed vision, rife with factual refractions. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such that the qualities of a good teacher are not defined by switch. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So, he must be the one who placed last in that scale. Just don't say anything, but let's not stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted then. My lord has said that, from the virtuous we may learn to replicate their merits. From the flawed we may learn to avoid their failings, as long as the student is willing to learn. Anything can be a teacher. I also to embrace this teaching, speak from all of those who we come across. Just what in the heavens are you doing? I'm preparing a lesson plan for young Zichun, our family hierarch. Wow, you sure got on that fast. Oh, what are these yellow wormy things here? Tis a star, twinkling in its radiance. According to the schedule you have prepared, the student would have -3 hours available for sleep. This lesson plan's execution will require cooperation from Keep Corp. Yeah, 'twould be a mistake most fatal indeed. I shall correct it post-haste. The gong was staring at Don Quixote's expression of her wild artistic merit upon the curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Sort of like, learn from anyone, eh? Wait, is that supposed to be Zagong's grimace? Of course, each to their own, I suppose. I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lesson plans in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your face in us, Zagong. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I have learned my lesson. The recent events have taught me that. The path of learning is truly one without end. What? I want to see the horsey in battle. Oh. Hey, come on, a bit of something, man. My throat feels like a desert. I see that you have all individually worked on your lesson plans as per Zagong's request. I have received a total of 12 lesson plans. Hold on, shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager has decided to spare their precious time to teach a class. Oh yeah, I handed in my lesson plan too. That is because, so who didn't do their homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned around and looked at one of the sinners, Sinclair. Nope, it ain't me. Oh please, at least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could it possibly... It's me. You think you've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Well, that's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. Actually, in Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, are these papers... Phew, I'm done. Sorry, I got into making a lesson plan and just couldn't stop myself from writing. Whoa. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed that big bundle of sweat-soaked papers in Zilu's hand. And she received it with mild trepidation. He seemed to have dedicated quite the momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. What's up with her? Let's start reviewing from the first of the stack. 108 analytical approaches to an S. That's AAA. What does AAA mean? How do you plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Appreciation of artistry and assassinations. If you went too far. Yeah, right, sorry. Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. What paint did you use? It's quite viscous and the paper has partially melted. Ah, lady, watch yourself. You almost got some on my arm. Ah, a painting. Zilu. And trails coating the world. Shit. Now you know how Steeds appreciate the artistry of slaughter. Just what the hell did you paint in that paper? Hey, get it together. Yuta stumbled briefly. Whatever was on the paper must have given her quite the shock. My mind wandered for a moment. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson. Thus, it goes to the discard pile. Weak sauce. Yuta crumpled up the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next, Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Chapter 1, how to shake hands with your left hand when the situation calls for it. Chapter 2, exploration of exclusively long sleeve fashion and practices. Chapter 3, projecting confidence in why having a bug arm is totally cool. That's, you know how it is. Be proud of who you are. All that philosophy stuff. I wanted this lesson to give a bit of a paradigm shift, where we can all come to see our flaws not as failings, but as evidence of our individuality, which will usher in a world where we can carry on with our lives, no matter what kind of arm we have. Discard. Next. You quickly flip through the pages. Intro to Denigrative Linguistics. Subheading. The power of words. Sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. My credentials include the ability to dress down an opponent so hard that they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. I have plans for applications as well. Medicine teaches methods pertaining to disguising, complimenting, criticisms, and vice versa. All of this seems rather difficult to learn. I have concluded from my hitherto observation that Jia Zichun is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. Is this a curriculum to make the best brawler or the best family hierarch out of me? Hey. Theodore seemed quite interested, but Giazitrin's vehement veto eventually overruled the suggestion on justice, another impressive title. Subheading: Methodologies of captivating an entire room of preoccupied audience. Discard VOD. Wherefore? Next. Praxis of ego splitting concerning intermirror conflict between the self and the reflection, and paradoxically fractured theory of idealism in which one attempts to open an unopening door to open the door. Utterly incomprehensible. Discard. Perhaps Miss Ryoshu's advice to truncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. Revival and exploration. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have been moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 culprits. Wait, I forgot to take that part out. Into the shredder it went. When did that paper shredder get here? The art of using yawning as a cover for popping a cookie or 2 into your mouth. Especially useful when getting lectured. Hey, if you get good enough at it, you can do it with nuts too. So it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. What? Nah, do you take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvers, how to let it flow through you. How to not make things awkward when you walk, right in front of someone bad-mouthing you. The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. Smiles have a way of disarming people, giving them pause and making them hesitate. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Dig 1 Yon people who hated him. This. I can't wait to bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next, how to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. This lesson plan was designed based on Rodion's advice that I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in the family hierarchy. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Jack crap. Saw it off and grab your weapons. Yep, always gotta read the full print. Yeah, it's my philosophy that reason don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of the family hierarchy's qualities, but our focus is not on developing a hierarchy of a syndicate. Next, information disparity as a driver of inequitable treatment. That's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the applications of engineering frameworks. Okay, it's kind of losing me, but I'm still on board. For a systematic resolution in rational self-interest driven societies and... Is it still going? No, that was 1/5 of the full title. It seemed that the same trouble has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed. After she had gone through the majority of our lesson plans. Finally. Now that's over. Yes, it's finally my turn. Sinclair sighed with the grounded toss of someone who's just been bestowed with the utmost important mission in his life. Thinking back, even back in school, I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. So, I guess you could say that I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. I call my lesson the theory on self-overcoming. We have to accept that everyone stumbled at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday. Hey, what if I like who I was yesterday? What if I like who I was yesterday more? That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities, how to always shoot higher. Hold on. You had me for a second there. What's up with acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Of course, I'm prepared to speak in class, where you can learn how to speak with modesty too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not even listening to what Zichun's saying. Following that, your company's it seems that Zilu has completed her review. Oh, I see. Now, how's everything going, everyone? Class prep going well. Sub mine, curriculum most special. Okay, so that's a no. That was Solid's impression upon taking a quick glance at Don Quixote, who was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her lesson plan into her hands. Well, it wasn't a complete bust. At least Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Phew. Miss Gong, Miss Sod, I've prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? As they got on inside, were looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes, they were looking away. The Gong especially was looking away with an unmistakable expression of pity. So he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this to you? I cannot bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So, each young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see, weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest effort. I understand. Oof. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Jia Zichun's teachers. Or should I call you Pupil Sinclair, to be exact? This has got to be a mistake, right? Isn't Zichun the pupil here? No, there haven't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed that you are to learn from this as well. What? What? Well, classmates, good for them. This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. No, this looks like a proper classroom. It would have felt pretty dang empty with just the Zichun sitting there all on their own. Don't you think? Besides, I would think the resident expert on going to school is right. School was a luxury for me, you know. Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean I ever wanted to go back to school. You should learn to be grateful. I don't dole out my teachings to just anyone. Don't forget we have to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Oh, you always get on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyways. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyperfixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours at least now. I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Sinclair. Hold on, you saying? I thought we were the underdog duo. Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? We were going to get this together. The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously railed entirely on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Congratulations, my lady. You have found yourself a desk mate, which some also call a bestie, depending on desk placement. He seems happy about that. Desk mate, bestie. What the heck does any of that mean? Oh. Yeah, Zichun's eyes widened with confusion, as though she just heard those words for the first time in her life. She. At least she doesn't get killed in this version, eh? When I first met her when she was 16, she explained to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. I clear my throat. This is par for the course for children of Hong Yuan, who are raised for the purpose of becoming the next family hierarch. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. So, deskmates and besties. Sinclair began to explain, seemingly resigned to the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month, with the other sinners as his teachers. Usually sit next to each other and help one another out. The bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another if one forgot to do theirs. They usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. So, not very important at all, huh? I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. Alright, it may have come a few years late, but I am moved that my lady finally has a chance at experiencing school. Same here. I remember it like yesterday. Zichun would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me. One day, out of nowhere, he started saying something about eating from lunchboxes with friends. I haven't a clue as to how or where she even heard about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and... wait, don't you guys have lesson plans to write? Come on, hurry up. 30 days are ticking down, and we've only got 30 days. Of course. Unfortunately, I have become quite occupied with another task of great importance, assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave this lesson planning task to you two, Dilu and Miss San. Have you any thoughts on this matter? Blacker. What was that? I said nothing. Who did that? I never noticed that one. fight! It doesn't look like a fight. Crap. Okay, lock in. Let's go. The Illumine Sod appear to have aged several years overnight. Their faces sunken and sallow. Nice. Finally. After referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us regarding each sinner, we managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. I like those. Anyways. We see Lou. Yeah, apologies. Sleep deprivation has relieved me of a clear mind. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to battle would be much easier. Still, thanks to Mr. GIQ's methodology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Efficient, huh? To be a true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues. To be a true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master, however. To do so in 30 days, as promised, is an implausible effort. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into 3 super categories. And they are called... Bar. What are these supposed to be? The, Young, and Ren. The, wisdom, the wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Young, courage, the ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it, I risk becoming a brute. Have too little, I risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. So how far are we allowed to go with corporal punishment again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishment. And Rent, humanity, is the benevolence of the heart, the compass of behavior that dictates respect toward every human. Clearly most of the faculties of this school are severely lacking in all 3 of your criteria. So how do you think they'll be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Are you sure I'm in good hands? Just what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Gong are currently preoccupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Right. Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message to you. Be strong, my lady. Wei. Despite our protestations, the 30 days of classes commenced. Oh. Metaphysical approach to ego in the reflected world. I get morale -6, morale -6. I don't know what's happening. So what? What's happening here? I got her ego, but I don't know why I need her ego. Humble. I get some info here. The goal in this game mode is to raise the main sets, the Young and Ren, as high as possible over the course of 30 class days. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Hekuna, the museum builder one in Honkai Star Rail. Each class specializes in raising different stats, and some classes might even raise or lower the students' morale values. Aside from days with fixed classes, you can choose up to 3 classes per day. The variety of selectable classes grows as the days go by. Classes can either end in success or failure. A successful class will greatly increase the amount of stat gain, but a failed class will greatly reduce the amount of stat gained. Higher morale results in higher chance to have a successful class. Class combos are a class combination that gives certain bonus effects. When those classes are taken in the same day, once you discover the combo, you can review its activation in the schedule menu. View all discovered combos and undiscovered combos in the combo list page. Oh. Once you select all your classes, select begin class button to begin class. forgot what Z Young and Ren mean. Classes progress automatically. During class, you can view the students' changing stat values in real time. Taking class gives the EXP. Once the class EXP has been maxed out, the class will be upgraded to the next level. Taking higher level classes will yield more stat increases, probably lower morale more. Please note that classes cannot be upgraded beyond Master. Raising Z, Young, and Ren stats beyond a specific level, or upgrading the class to a certain level will enhance the student's combat prowess. These enhancements are applied separately for Xia, Zichun, and Sinclair. Ooh. And see for stats, okay. On certain dates, combat encounters may occur in place of classes. Xia, Zichun will be participating in these encounters on her own. Skill slots are chained automatically. Press the gong-shaped button to begin the combat phase. Only by winning the combat encounter can she progress to the next day or the next class. Oh, I guess I only have this option. I can't begin class, I guess. Sure. My name is Yiseng. That is all. The class I have prepared for the day. I've heard plenty about your mirror tech. Which makes me wonder. Going by the level of advancement in that technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technological advancements usually go. People invent for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed, you show much promise already. As you surmise, now, the mirror has, in the past, almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that's the angle most others wanted to see happen, removal of potential risks. Sounds much more palatable than potential itself to some people after all. Correct. Yet, destruction was a word that bore too much suffering from my heart. My sole egress from it was abandonment of my quantum fellows and my life's work, making myself a fugitive from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conversed. With who? With myself, that lies within me. As you are aware, the mirror's reflections extend beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentialities, the latent strengths, and the world. Yet, even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable words of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct their studies inward and reflect upon oneself. I had a very precious time learning to converse with my inner self. Well, I forget what they do. Now, if you are prepared to explain what you see in the mirror, you need in haste. For some reason, Dichun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know, it's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall Sun Zhen, of the Shi family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said that he was going to show me a precious flower that blooms only at night. I remember that you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. I wonder what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. No. Oh, of course not. You were wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. That Bowman had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot, and would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you gone. But apparently he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. I'm glad it didn't go away. You were right. If only you still had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that. Remember? We don't have to talk about it. I was brushing my hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I found it so hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyways, and the family hierarch war was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame. But it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless, especially so if it was. And so Claire, what do you see? I see. Well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. But it seemed like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I have uncovered a part of myself I've had hidden away for a long time. I learned how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. Great. Oh, still decent. Learn how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. Class, metaphysical approach to ego in the reflective world, leveled up to expert. Vitrin slash resistance 0.25. Oh. We'll do that one. You already have morale increases here. Be passionate and dream on, fix your tails. Nah, she's still decent. What are the names of the combos? Ah, if they had names, I could figure stuff out, man. Tis true that a station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. Declaring the tune and most sat with a bit of apprehension as well. Which is understandable, given what Saad told them some time before the lesson started. Some time ago, Otis, who'd been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while, finally decided to voice her doubts to Saad. So what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that her usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. Well, she may not look it. Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixes often appear when history is in the making? Yeah, let us see here. Don Quixote took a second to savor the moment as though she had been preparing her whole life for it, then continued. Amongst the greatest fixers, whose honored names were engraved in history, verily, let us commence this lesson with the tale of the fixer Yufei. This tale beginneth in the year. Sometime later. Are you done? Just how can she continue to talk at such lengths? She's been going for ages. Thus cometh the time. It gives a dedication to this class, and the knowledge that should naturally come with it, a pop quiz, if thou wilt. When does she even find the time to prepare this? I can assure you thee, 'tis a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty. If thou hast paid attention in class, worry thee not. Does this pop-up quiz have prizes? Aha. But of course, I came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer, I shall bestow upon thee from the very treasure chest of mine. These precious, precious fixer badges, forsooth, I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them. On 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know. I don't really need them. Hold thine applause, for they're the bonus reward for the victor who, by the end of this match, carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of a protagonist in this theatrical play of my making. Fixer Chronicles, Yufei. 'Tis an opportunity of a lifetime. I'm still not really... It's not doing anything for either of us. Yeah, it's still a pretty useless reward, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Oh. Seriously? What, scared you'll lose? Is history your weakness or something? Yeah, I'll have you know that I was the teacher's pet in every single history class I took. Yeah, and I'll have you know that I was, no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I ever had. Okay, if that's how you want to play it, I'll have you know that I was a prodigy in other classes too. I did great in art classes, pretty good in math too. I was just being humble, because I didn't want to steal your thunder, Zichin. Oh, then let me tell you that I was trained in the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines every single day. And on one of those days, you know what one of my masters told me? He said, looks like Mr. Zichin's finally getting a feel for how friendships close in age are forged in school. Sorry about that. That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences you just can't learn from teachers. Here we go. I TikToked in response. Here's your 505. What is the historical community's consensus on the most illustrious battle that Fixer Yu Fei is said to have partaken in? Allow me to impart to thee a major clue. If thou hast paid attention as I discoursed upon the 5 pillages in which the Fixer Yu Fei was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven, who attained triumph in the Battle of Rhino Tree in the year 465, has said what was the worst ordeal she had to face in her career. I've got it. It's when she had to forge onward, despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they held the line to buy her time. Yeah, dang it, I was too slow. The young Zichun now art incorrect. Honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven is reported to have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand before her enemies with hair that was not luscious, as the supply line breakage caused her regular delivery of nutritional supplements to cease. But thou hast suggested young Zichun was her 17th most difficult ordeal. She's speaking like she was actually there. Thine impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in the ways of vividly regaling these tales, but most of these are tales I have learned from books. Why should I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such an audience? Enough to study the ways of minstrels. There was a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. Time certainly flies when hearing the tales of exciting adventures. Morale should go up too. Keep it max, should be decent. What was the secret technique Honorable Fixer Lee Sander employed in his resolution of the case of the Fey Forest? Speak its name in full. I've got it. It's a Summer Night Fantasia. Aha. Yet I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of the super ultimate move. Hardly could one internalize the true noble spirit of Fixes by simply reciting it with such apathy. Now must recreate the exact pose and the enunciation. Are you kidding me? Ooh. Come on. You can do this, Yuzichun. You can do this. This is nothing. Illusions of Midsummer Night shall devour thee whole. Oh, she seems to like it. I know she seems to be having fun. Summer Night Fantasia. Thine enunciation was quite shaky upon the word illusions, yet. Yeah, thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage. Thus I bestow upon thee this badge. Oh. I grow tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante Light, left side. Yeah, gotcha. Don Quixote, who was watching Sinclair and Jesus Chun's two-person play, silently wiped her tears away. Bravo, bravo, what certain minor details were missed, such as that Yue Fei the Fixer was left-handed, and that he had a habit of playing with a lighter in his left pocket before every duel. Yet, for the wonderful reenactments indeed, I have no other critique to impart upon thee. When faced with great adversity in thine adventures, rekindles the memory of Yue Fei the Fixer's final duel. Remember it well. Thus comes to an end the lessons of today. Huh, give us just for a moment. I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with Fixers. Clutched tightly in Zichun's hands were the badges Don Quixote had gifted to her. Yay. Paying a lot of Ren. We really need to get the other ones too. Gain 60% max HP, nice. Well, I mean, I think one more and that should level her up. Yeah, one more to level them up. Although, I think we'll have them last actually here. We'll do that. Because this will just up morale at the end. I want to make sure we succeed in stuff, you know. We can do her after. Want him to get it mastered, at least. Want him to master the stuff here. Boom. This is a component part taken from the structure that forms H-Corp. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H-Corp singularity, which has been enduring for such a long time. Huh. You're kinda upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed, an opportunity to study the old H-Corp singularity, not one that comes often. There was potential for integration into Mephistopheles. I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but that was denied. A shame. Oh, aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles though, Miss Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. It is possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engines, so that it could be reassembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. Based on the skills I learned, I managed to recreate the model of a machine from Faust's blueprint. Oh. I think it blew up. I got combos. So that's how it works, I think I get it. Didn't think this is how I'd get to learn more about the old H-Corp. I don't think I can do much against the reconstruction days right now. But this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that inquisitive thing. Push this thing. The day when Hong Yuan can be a place where people can live without fear. Without the fear of the encroaching reconstruction days. Without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they'll fall or not. The old Hong Yuan can be a place where you can sleep with the promise of a safe tomorrow. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot during the lesson too, Miss Faust. Bang. The voltage must have been set too high. Repeating experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. There was supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? Oh. We get 40%. Okay, we got there. Then it doesn't matter what we go for here then. Oh, well. Yeah, you know, I was kind of hoping. Someone's higher in Z. Like, they're awful in Z, but I mean, they have Yang. Is there like any benefit to it? Let's see the combos though. Okay, that works. And that increases the success rate. We want the most combos that we can here. All of them can be done together. I seem to be doing well. Okay, it's good to have her near the end. Though we're at 100 here. Plus 11 to the Ren's pretty helpful. Well, we do need more of this instead. But I really do want to see... If we go too low, man. Or like 70 is about as low as I can go. Yeah, once the morale gets too low, it's probably going to be bad. So I do kind of want to, but I also want to... Okay, do that, I get Ren and Z up, and we do need Ren and Z. That's going to be minus 12, minus 20. Get me at 80. Yeah, that should be fine. Unlike some other classes, which were more on the upbeat side of things. The room there felt grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw what Gregor had written on the chalkboard. On war. Losing a wing war leaves a much larger, longer-lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. It might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? We were this close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Mrs. Shun here failed to finish her ascension. It would have spread like wildfire too. So my class is going to be about what exactly happens when a war... Oh. A piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's fingers as he went to scribble something on the board. His left hand was trembling as though the room's temperature had plummeted only for him. Man, am I the excuse me, Monsieur. Is it okay if I smoke? Go ahead. You good? Well, when else am I going to get the chance to share the realities of war right to a wing chief executive officer's face, huh? The moments that just don't come off your skin, no matter how hard you scrub at them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm gonna listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. And I appreciate that sentiment. Well, still though, I can't dilly-dally when Mr. Shun's got other stuff to do with, huh? So, let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the Wing War. Now I know enough about urban and trench warfare to give an explanation of my own. So, no bonus there, eh? And that's why the Smoke War fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times, so everyone tried to draw each other out to an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just that the former G-Corp found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like Daeguanyan can make a pretty good use of Hongyuan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Heishu know and use very well. Exactly. This should explain why they were hesitating outside Daeguanyan. Remember the some fellas? The ones we met who were going in circles? Not to mention how the Heishu all utilize the topography of the Hongyuan differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches maneuver around Hongyuan, as long as the 12 Heishu branches are standing, Hongyuan is unassailable. Well, despite going into all of that, I'm sure we all know what the best answer in all warfare is. Not having a war. Not having a war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have to not only witness it, but go through all of that. We did visit your fathoms, Gregor. That wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke, its citizens in madness. He'd always shrug off those stories as ramblings of the past. But during the war, he stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city, its every gear calibrated to slaughterhouse precision to maximize the deaths of its people. There, he must have witnessed things far worse than the worst of the city presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of the bygone past, shaking relentlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Oh boy, sorry fellas. I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting what happened, that I forgot this was supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No. Everything you told me really solidified my resolve. This chaos within the Hongyuan needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. Well, wait for me. Even after the two students had left, Gregor lingered in that room for a while, lighting up cigarette after cigarette without erasing what he wrote on the chalkboard. Smoke soon filled the room. He left only after almost emptying the entire pack. Yeah, I mean, it should be fine here. Let's see here. Morale minus. Okay. We'll do this. Get it up immediately here. Gregor here. Just trying to find all the combos, you know. We also have to do these two with them. And these two also need to go with, well, I think Faust needs to go with Gregor, right? Because I had Yuseng go with Gregor last time. Oh yeah, it's both of them actually, so all of them. So we need to just try the new ones here. I think they're all new ones. How are classes going, Zichun? I think I'm gonna keep it above 80. I'm not you, big bro. I pay attention in class. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. Yeah, she's doing fine. For who? She was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do that alone. Looks like it's going to be another serious class. Huh. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the venerable hierarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Backseat's Biochi? Are you sure it's okay for a Zue family guard to be here? Give me a second here. Random email, okay, weird. Here we go. Strange, yeah. Whatever. Wait, what about Backseat's Biochi? Are you sure it's okay for a Zue family bodyguard to be here? Actually, I do want to report it as spam. Give me a second. I don't like getting random emails. Random emails make my... spike. Anxiety. Ah, I'm no longer employed as Miss Bouchi's guard. Wait, don't tell me we got you for... Everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Bouchi's orders. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let myself go after the trouble was over. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Your last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu, so... You could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on. You spent most of your time stuck in Yihong Yuan before leaving Hong Yuan. I don't know what could you possibly have to teach me. Don't you know? Don't you worry, Zichun. This is the one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Zichun and Sinclair is... And clearly handwriting Hongda wrote surviving Hong Yuan on the chalkboard. Oh well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your fair share of assassination attempts, big bro, but Jimu, I mean, the previous hierarch and the elders' favor sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful who got assassinated? No, that I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Until Dante told all of us to go back into our rooms, of course. Wait, it was my fault? You do have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind preparing this thing? You have my utmost faith, but please, do practice caution. Sometime later, Lin Dayu appeared with 4 bowls splishing with tea, before sprinkling some powder into one of them. What's that? That's powdered wolfsbane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which of these bowls contain poison, right? You can stop now. I learned to recognize the tame as poisons like wolfbanes when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you were suggesting, venerable hierarch, I would not have been here to accompany him. Then you continued her process. Will you get spoilers for the main story? Yeah, there might be some spoilers. Now you won't know the main stuff that happens, but you'll see the aftermath of stuff. This one's in between chapters, so there's nothing really too big on plot, I don't think, but there's stuff definitely bigger on plot that might spoil you. And then you continue to process, sprinkling wolfsbane powder into 2 more bowls. Hong Lu, who was watching with an oddly contented expression, closed his eyes. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? Scared of confusion, but we could hardly tell what was going on. The speed at which Lin Dayu swamped around the bowls. When we look back at Honglu, there were 3 silver spoons in his hand. Those silver spoons were custom made at Dong Yuan's request, a must-have item for children of the 4 great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. Yeah, I know. They're actually, Actually what? It's nothing. Woohoo. In Hong Yuan, where we are beset by threats of assassination from all directions, knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you? Rong opens his eyes before Jia Zichun finish her sentence. Then he throws the silver spoons in his hands like throwing pins towards 3 of the bowls, and immediately chugs the 4th bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Oh, holy crap. Are you insane? You barely even checked them for. Naren's newer tea is always delicious, even when cooled. The 3 silver spoons Honglu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after becoming tarnished black. Is wolfsbane poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons in Dongguan. And everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood. You have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine. I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? I want to know too. Do they sound different or something? Yeah, I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch. How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know. You'll get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? I managed to tell the difference between the bowls by reading Honglu's and I use subtle tells. Okay, now it's okay. See, now I don't like it. I see. When you say you just avoided whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you were reflexively identifying this threat by reading the room and connecting it to your intuitive experiences. Aha, you're using Mr. anxious breathing to clue you in. Well, this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Zichun. I know the adepts of each Heishu will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that your residence, Yuan Xiangwu, will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful boluses to protect your life. Even still, there will come a day when you start to feel this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify. And when it does, I hope you won't brush off that sensation as nothing. You're worrying over nothing. You the children whipped around away from Hong Noon, as if to express dissatisfaction, but her softened expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. I had a so time learning about fixes and their needs. Once it gets below 80, yeah, not great. And to understand the troubles most foot soldiers go through and learn to get a better idea of the flow of the battlefield. They want to do it when it's 80k. Every 6 days you will be subject to midterms, prepared by the board of directors Yuan Shun. A palanquin has been prepared to take you to the exam site, and only by passing the test may Jia Zichun retain her status as the family hierarch. My lady. Oh, don't worry yourself over much. Ask your way. You sound like you're at a funeral. She will pass these tests with ease as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, it's I simply hope I can survive until she returns. In that way's rather funereal voice wasn't just out of his concern for Zichun. Wait, are you sure you're okay? I can't escape them, even in dreams. The unfinished bundles of paperwork cascading over me like a storm, burying me. Heal yourself, for that was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the art of airwalking until now. I must be severely sleep deprived. Looks like we're not the only ones going through the ringer. Yep. Jin Gang was improved. Oh, it's your passive. Banana bolus. Oh. I'm weak to slash. I know that looks like slash. The turb. Oh wait, what's it gonna be? Grab, don't be a weak identity, please, 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 please. Hey, you're one of the she-boys. We finally meet. I'd hope to fight you in the family hierarch war. If you'd run into me then. Isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world will I ever hold a grudge against you? The result of the family hierarch war couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half of my family, which means more room for me. I should really think you're right. Honestly, why don't you just declare a war against the chief family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? Of course not easy. It never is. Well, what are you on about, all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking so lightly about, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because they are under investigation for treason against Dogwon Yon. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given they'll all be ruled as guilty, regardless of what's really happened. No, I can't even pay them a visit because you've hidden their cells all over Hongyuan. They're not hidden. All holding cells within Hongyuan have always been designed to move around in very short intervals. You know, that does seem like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions, though I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I recently gained a better understanding of Hongyuan's structure, so I'm planning to change our policies so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Were you? I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. Managed to reflect upon myself a bit too. Huh. It did change a little. Yo, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of. Good, come on, let's do this. Many illustrious fixers of the past have said that not but disparagement awaits unjust victories. Yeah, sure, makes sense, sure. Go. Oh man. I can't do anything except gong. I don't like only be able to gong. Favored. Scary. And stagger bar so far. No, sanity should get lowered here. Yeah, stagger bar should get lowered, so it shouldn't be that bad. I mean, his sanity. Should decrease the odds of him winning. Yep, there we go. Boom. Definitely a long event though, hey, I like it though. Does he remember all the combos I did so I can find all the other ones too? It's kind of vague in my mind. I know I did Dawn. I know I did Dawn, Gregor, and it wasn't you saying. Oh, Honglu, there we go. Sorry, my brain. Oh, he used his charge, eh? Cool. Oh, this race kind of losing so much sanity, can't really doing much. I think it's staggered on top. Yay, victory! Good for you, you won. Stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family hierarch war, didn't you? Yeah, so what? Are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah. You little... And I'm sure that's what I look like to you too. I don't want your... Sorry. Every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win. And I'm going to win without the fertile soil my predecessors have left behind. Because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hongyuan itself. Chief Wazin, you're tenacious, determined, and strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you, down to the last man. You knew my name. Ma'am. Hey, TJ, I do. So, what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hongyuan? Like, wait, you know my name? Ooh. Okay. Once you go above, you go below 80, you kind of don't know if it's gonna work or not. Okay, but like, I know I need Dawn. Actually, I don't think I need Dawn yet. Dawn's just a sanity gain. Okay, let's see here. Logically here, I do need to find more combos. We tried those three together, didn't work. Dawn will probably not do this time because we're still 94. Well, I don't do him. Okay, we tried these two with him as well. So we want probably this. How much is it gonna make me? Minus 12. 82. Right, man, I get 82, then it's gonna be a problem. Yeah, it's fine. Wait, that's 82 if I do a 6. There we go, none of them have worked together before. What if we can find one? Figure it's a mediocre, we're gonna do one. Then we're gonna do the Dawn after to get it back up. Heard you managed to come out on top in your first sparring match. Congrats. Thanks, I gotta admit, classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I prepared for today? You're teaching about exploring, huh? It's gonna be an indoors class. Yep, exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Free soloing to the top of the highest building in Hongdaewon. Surviving 10 days in Hongdaewon Backseat is only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. Rightly so. And that's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space. A few weeks ago. I'm just here to fill in, since this game needs a certain number of players, but really, can you really call this tabletop game an adventure? Getting games of make-believe. Any simulacra can be made as real as... Ah, what a move. Oh, nice. I'm gonna roll for damage. This way D&D. Yeah, Big Ishmael. Now I've absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with my fireball spell, rendering it most crispy. It was a formidable foe. Apple's wonderfully executed, Miss Ishmael. Oh, really? Well then, that's my next move. And that's how you came up with this. I've played a few other games, but this is new for me, too. I'm still pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Jingu's Journey, or J&J. It's a popular game among Hongdaewon youth. It's gotten generally positive reviews, too. What Ishmael so proudly presented before everyone appeared to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay. Okay, what do these huge piles of papers have to do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those gathered becomes the JM. Chongwon Master. The JM. Yeah, Journey Master. The Journey Master designs the story around the players' choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. And that's why the most experienced players take that role. Which would be me. Wisdom, strength, dexterity. Each character seems to have these things called stats. Ah, looks like we just have to pick from a set of pre-made characteristics for this one. She doesn't seem amused. So, I'm supposed to be playing this character's role. See, Claire and Gia Zachun picked up their cards with confusion and fear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Yanyun. Smoke Cloud, a place known to be the gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. We traveled here in search of a legendary treasure called the Tianya Sword, the Sword of Farland. The city of Yanyun. Huh, cool. So why are we looking for that sword again? Ooh, it's because So there's this legend in Yanyun about how the sword of, right, the Tianya sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people, and also about how having the sword is a proof of the true leader of these lands, and so on and so forth, you know. Ishmael was stuttering and stammering through the introduction without her usual confidence. I see. The city called Yanyun must be in a lot of trouble too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting of the story, Jia Zichun nodded solemnly, without noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. Oh well, you know how it is. The point is, guys need to go find that sword. Then, I will claim the Tianya sword no matter what it costs to me. Jia Zichun nods with determination. Oh, all stats +1. Worked with Sinclair to come up with creative solutions to all kinds of trials faced in the adventure. Worried man's gonna go down. From the rumors you've gathered, it seems that the Kazan Keep might have heard of the whereabouts of that sword. What will you do? I walk up to the Kazan Keep, chat him up and try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your voice is extremely low right now, which means that you'll find it hard to form even the simplest sentences. What if I found a different way to gain the Kazan Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet-talking him? I do have a pretty high strength stand, which should give me access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that doesn't require skill in speechcraft. Hold on. I'll try to convince the Kazan Keep. I think I've got a decent chance at this. My whiz is pretty high, and you passed the check. The Kazan Keep looks at you, having lowered his guard. No, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay then, I guess I'll just stand in the corner over there, unsheath my weapon, and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just role-playing Heathcliff now, aren't you? Yeah, the Kazan Keep shares some information about the sword he heard. He explains that the party should seek northeast toward Ginzi Mountain. What's this? Tears begin to well in the Kazan Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently a patrolling guard beat his son pretty badly, just for loitering around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. No. That's too bad. We've got a job to do. Since we have what we came here for, we leave the Kazan. Well, they say that JMs aren't supposed to interfere with the player's choices, but let's be honest. I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help out for every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. I'm going to get him that medicine. What? After a few turns of various trials and tribulations for Sinclair. The Kazan Keep's son, who fortunately was able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shares that he knows what he knows. You realize that he is talking about the fairy Yagwai, the guardian of the Tianya sword. He explained that the fairy Yagwai's power grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait until the sky is overcast. Yay. Hearing that, the Innkeep's son takes a quick look at the clouds. Then tells you that it might be raining in about a week, and we helped him out. Phew, okay. Let's make sure we're prepared before we go. You're gonna have to roll 50 or higher to hit. I know, I'm focused. Hey, roll the 16. With a final singular strike from the Jia Zichun, the fairy Yagoi finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yes, the Tianya sword is ours. Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded deep in the earth and grabs enthusiastically upon the hilt. Do this we can. However, the defeated fairy Yagwai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at Jia Zichun, who just pulled the sword from the ground. No! I quickly get between Zichun and the monster, but if that crit, it's going to be pretty deadly, even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasion save. One and another one. Nope, that's a critical fail. It's okay. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. The Yagoi lies still as well, final vestiges of its strength completely spent. Sinclair, go on without me. Take that sword and go down to the village. Become the leader they need. That sword is your proof. No, this sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring buddy. I'm going to bandage Sinclair up and carrying him back. I won't leave him behind and descend the mountains all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then yeah. The bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know. They would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of here together. Grab onto my shoulder. That's it. Step by step. Hey, Lishun, look over there. Everyone we'd helped and saved on our journey came out to welcome us home. You're right. If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I never would have stopped and talked to every single villager there to hear their troubles. The sword was only a symbol all along. All of our effort and the experiences we gained in our journey for the sword were what taught me how to be a good leader, not the sword itself. You're right. The real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way. I feel like the game overtook the class at some point along the way. Morale's gonna go bye-bye now. I'm still to top. Oh, nice. Okay, here's the problem now. Okay. We definitely want that. So they're still tip-top. I'm thinking we do this here. This. And then this. I don't think we tried any of them yet. No, she does have to try with him. Yeah, if only I saw like the past information on my former schedules, man. Yep. Okay, that's 70k. So it's 70s when it's okay. There, Master, hey. Geez, it should learn the inner self. Passive. Huh. Cool. Now, okay, we have this guy. We can afford to go down quite a bit here, huh? Okay, what I want... I feel like these two will go together. I don't think these people have been together, because with her I did, Who did I do with her? If only it told me which matches I did, I can't remember. I do like this though. I do need more Z. I need more Yang as well. So give me Z and Yang mainly. Oh wait, here's morale. Oh, here's morale. Sure. In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotion and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. Then I will share an excerpt from Sinclair's exchange with the manager 32 days ago. Begin quote. 32 days ago, what? Excuse me, Dante. Even his face. I'm sorry to have to, ask you this, but most of us are fatally wounded, so can you please turn the clock just one more time? End quote. Unnecessary interjections weighed down to your request. Wow, that's pretty bad. Did I really stutter that badly? It is a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable news. The same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. Let us commence the field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes, huh? Well, okay, sure, seems easy enough. Suddenly, Result let out a cry as he clutched his chest, then fell to the floor. Are you okay? Result, you okay? His eyes snapped open. Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. You're cheating. This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide. What? What you wished to what? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Yelled again. Ooh, combo. Triple class. Cup time, okay. Oh, wait, that's one I did together. Fudge. Hmm. 70 was okay. Call 70 being okay. Don't need him yet. Let's do these two here. Plus it's gonna... Doesn't have them together yet. Well, give me some Z. This will give me some of the other stuff, some Yang. Although, I don't think I need it yet. If I do this right, I'm pretty sure 70 is a cutoff for below tip top. For this year, I'm gonna get 80. Oh no, that's gonna be too low. Because I'm gonna get 80 here, then 72, then very bad. But I do really need that too. I don't need that right now. If I do this though, 72, then we'll get the morale boost. Oh, but I already did that combo. The first something else here. Oh no, I don't think we had any of them together. It's gonna be minus 12, which is still gonna be, I don't know, hurting. Then we're gonna 80 to 74. Time to begin class. Oh man. Oh, here we go. Wing Employees of the Month. 20 more hours stored. Sure. Oh, it's good to know. Yeah, this one's gonna be more of a hard-hitting class. Guess it's gonna be minus 16. Well, even minus 10 is gonna be need to bring me to 90. And then this and this will 90, 82, 74. Well, actually, I can afford to go actually a lot more down. Because now I know this combo rate, where is it? 20 morale. Big quicker assault, so I could go actually a lot more down. Yeah, because no, okay. I missed it one though, I'm not sure which one I missed. I mean, based on the order here, we have... It's gonna be something with Honglu. Or Honglu and Dawn. I need more Yong though. Oh, whatever. Attention! Today's lesson. We'll cover intelligence acquisition, in other words. Then you will learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side. By being generous with my spending, by setting a good example as a superior, they'll eventually open up. Foolishness. Yeah. That is among the worst strategies I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend the limited military budget, how wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? The most efficient means of obtaining intelligence is torture. Torture. Huh, I'd say that's the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan's strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up accidentally killing them. Foolishness, foolishness. Jeez, can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagination falls short, if that is all you can think of when you hear the word torture. Then this unit, well, this isn't exactly a military unit, ahem. Then this Huang Yuan may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. Well, I'm waiting, get on with your lesson. The mention of Huang Yuan seemed to put Zichun in a thoughtful mood, as she stopped arguing and began focusing on class. The most effective method of torture isn't physical. Things like waterboarding, electrocution are all inferior. Today you will learn the torture of language. With this method you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them. And let them take brief sighs of relief every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, is what you will be learning today. To your position, cadets. With only a few words, I managed to convince the target to spill all the beans. Oh. That refills, actually. Oh crap, why did I do him? I'm an idiot, my bad. Time to fight. Well, unlucky. So, I hear you defeated Shi Hua Zhen. You would do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame. Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned not to underestimate the family underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know. You see, I managed to talk Shi Hua Zhen into... You know. Oh, what? No, it can't be. You cannot have spilled the beans on my parents. Yeah, my men are already on their way. But how did you know it was Block 32? I barely managed to get them a hiding spot there. Oh, so it's Block 32. Did you just... I did, huh? That was way easier than it was during class. I've heard stories about how you've changed. I didn't know you had changed into such a heartless woman. Say something, darn it. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly little things like this. Is that it? That may befit the seat of the hierarch, however. A leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only disposable tools, is bound to rot. I, Shisujin, refuse to let someone so unqualified, such as yourself, retain power. Although he was not really that much of a bother. Bulk. Nice job, buddy. Gong again. Unfortunately, I can't really stop the getting hit. It's kind of annoying. At least it's rupture. I mean, at least it's blunt. I hate the counter, man, because I can't do anything against the counter. I have to take it. Oh, he has a lot of rupture, just one. I'm gonna give him like something not like I know he has rupture count, but I don't want rupture. I want rupture. Here we go again. Well, if you know that morale thing, I can actually use to my advantage. If only I have 31s together. Oh yeah, my turn. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. She can get staggered though. Talking about I shouldn't. On him, I know he was getting staggered that turn. I'll worry about his counter. Dang it, I was so close. Do you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sister Yuan Shun actually gained control of Hong Yuan? Sure, it's going to be all buddy-buddy at first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, and compensate you for your efforts. But soon, you're going to see people from other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under the guise of advisors. And it's the small families and clans that are going to suffer first. And when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before other members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were piggybacking off your big sister Yuan Shun's forces, when in reality she had already discarded them, even before it began. She's made sure that nothing about this treason's going to stick to her. Father. Now, let's think about this carefully. I'm out Jia Yuan Shun's vision for Dong Yuan. Would it be more H Corp or Q Corp? I see the point you're making. But you've not given us any reason to trust you either. What guarantee do I have that you won't just toss us aside when we're no longer useful? So, about that hiding place where you put your parents, you just accidentally let slip. I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. My issue had identified the location long ago. But I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Is that true? Just how low is your opinion of the hierarch? Big Sister Yuan Shun made a big show of her own influence at the assembly. I still have a tight control over the Heishu of the family hierarch. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them. What was it again? That leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them. Why would any hierarch go around arresting innocent people of H Corp left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. He's like, fair. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. I'm not gonna get them all, I don't think, because I lost track of it already. -8, gonna give me the... I mean, I could do the... Regular Assault 1. Would it be bad? Or any more Z more than anything here? Wait. Otis and Ishmael, right? There we go. Ashton over surrender, and that should make it so 20 morale. So yeah, we'll do Otis first here. Then Ishmael here. They give me the Yong that I need. And that should give me the Z that I need. The G. Taking care of children. I don't want to know that from you, really, but sure, I guess we'll get what we get. TKTDWK, huh? Teaching kids to deal with kids. Yeah, she says. Looks like your manager is not the only one who needs a translator. I would have liked to teach a particularly bloody art class, but that AL black hair discarded my lesson plan. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Zulu wasn't there, artless or otherwise. In today's class, I'll SYNC if you are UA. What? But SCAN if you're a UC. I'll snap your neck completely if you're an unruly adult. But I'll soothe, coax, and nurture you if you're an unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully, evaluate the context, and there you have it. What context? What context was I supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking, MTL kids. Ah, yeah. There's so much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Oh, her. Then a child, yes. Upon the venerable family hierarch's orders, I have brought a child from the Wang family. Why, Siren? No, wait. You brought a who from a what family upon whose orders? Too many travel restrictions here, so I borrowed the rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you to places, huh? No, I mean, just what do you mean you brought that kid on my orders? Yushu snuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke. Dusted off her clothing a few times, and only then brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid's kinda trembling and anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. The kid's scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They're the experiences that shape your future. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting serious all of a sudden? Though I do agree that childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother Bayou are what? Anyways, moving on. You heard nothing. The point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. But you've got your work cut out for you. Children of Daewon Yan are extremely wary of anyone who's not their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He must be terrified, and I imagine his parents must have given him a whole lot of warnings too. Yeah, I'll give you a demonstration, behold. Laughing and playing with children brought back fond memories of my own childhood. Now, wow, he's really taken a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how's she even doing that with her hands? Not even masters of martial arts move like that. Yoshi was practically giving him no time for any other distractions, or even a moment to cry. He was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. He was employing all kinds of tactics, including but not limited to ventriloquism, kung-fu, a traditional Hongyuan toy, hand tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually... Yeah. Don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshu, the fear he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would have imagined Ryoshu would be good at this. Neat. It was the exact same expression as her usual one. Ryoshu was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping them understand just what kind of person I am. Yeah. The kid's really on edge for his age. I'd start to make some progress. Whenever he suspected that I was lying or something, he'd immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a Daewon Yan kid. Kids don't survive this place for long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable hierarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you, it's going to depend on what you're about to ask, whether I can help you or not. Huh? Wrong move, rookie hierarch. Why say all that when TWDT? You don't got the immaculacy of succinct abbreviations. Yoshi grabbed the child's shoulders, brought him before Jesus Jin, then in her usual curtness, spoke precisely 2 words to the confused child, and that seemed to do the trick. Speak, kid. It's my big sis said that when the family hierarch war is over, I can finally play tons with friends. But their parents told him to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousin says you're the biggest and baddest of Hongyuan. Venerable hierarch. So I wanted to ask, you can make Daewon watching like that, these words that you heard. Daewon Yuan. Safe. I want to play with my friends. Gotcha. I'll review your suggestion positively. She says she'll totally make that happen. Sometime later, after devouring guide and the child out of the classroom, I found Yuzichin whispering something to herself. You've got a lot on your plate, huh? Dealing with restructuring days is just one of them. I was going to try to improve the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me to or not. Safe enough for a kid like that to run around the market all on his own. A place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. Perfect morale restored. What? No, it's only so, but... disaster, okay. See. We're gonna do... Well, we're definitely gonna want the... bring this one up first. Actually, if I do Otis right away, I do get the 20, right? Let's do expert here. And we'll go. Now that. I need more G, Young. Hey, turtles, yeah. Just been playing. Don't know how much longer, but playing. Also enjoy Resident Evil 4. Whenever Persona's finished, and so long. I'm gonna play the heck out of that when I can. Ooh, jeez. Chewy. And then we'll do... There we go. Oh, man. I know we gotta play Persona 4. But like, you know... Shut up, Turtles. You're lying. Shut up. Shut up. Lying, you liar. Nah, screw you. Yeah, that's a heckin' bold-faced lie. I still see it. Liar. Anyways, let's continue on. Doesn't matter. Took the class. Dumber G. No bonuses here. Yeah, follows class. You had two hands in my butt. Anyways, here, let's see. I don't know which one I've done. There's too many characters, I can't remember all of them. I'll do this. Oh, morale. Love my lingo. What'd I say? I wasn't paying attention. I'm tired, okay. Let's do... Game. Who would fit well with games? You know, I don't think they'll fit well with games, but, you know, let's do it. I don't think I would have had them together. Let's do this. No, but I want G. Let's do this. Head to my butt. Did I say that? Maybe I did it. Yeah, you know. Yeah, probably said it. Probably. I don't remember it, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. What's our level like now? Dude, that's good. And on the ho, onward ho. You know something? Everyone's communicated with their eyes even before they talk. Also, you know, Turtle, on complete tangent, man. Can I say some screwed up crap and not realize it? No. I only say screwed up crap when I'm talking to myself, thank you very much. If I'm in the presence of others, I have an automatic filter. Even hard to break. It's hard to break even when I'm thinking about it. One way filter breaks is if I get really annoyed. I think the only time I've sworn in a stream, well, other than reading, getting distracted, was near. What tangent? There was a tangent? Yeah, you need to give me a refresher on the tangent. Yeah, you need to give me context on the tangent, because I don't remember the tangent no more. I tangented away from the tangent into another tangent, and now I'm like, I don't know where I am. Or, I mean, I do have another tangent, I don't know if it's the same one. How I'm like, you know, saw someone else from my past, and I'm like, man, dude's married, dude's having a kid, I know another person who's having a kid, I know another person who's engaged, and I'm like, and I'm just here, man. And I'm like, yeah, I think this was the tangent, yeah. And I'm just like, oh man. Could not be me? Yeah. yeah. They're all going onwards. And I'm like, how do you meet people? You know, like you have like, you know, 5 hours basically after work, spend the day. It's like, why do I want to spend that time being around more people? Well, then you want to find someone, but it's like, you know, but yeah, tricky. Anyways, so you better pay attention to what your eyes are saying. Great, that's really great, but I don't know. It just kind of feels like an oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting at a gambling table. Sinclair. Given the time limit, this just happened to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. I swear, I had no other ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do this. Now wait, stop glaring at us like that and join us at the table. I am only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork. As there is still much work to be done, I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy. You need this game. You know this game needs 4 players. Okay, have fun trading. Yeah, have fun going up that Bowser stairs or whatever. I refuse your invitation, I must say. It's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such a base activity. And what audacity to invite me as well. A lot of fun, well. Yeah, sucks to suck then. Oh, so I think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow. In your thought you'd at least be better than me at this game. Fine, fine, I get it. Don't play a game, you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy, I subscribe to it. Oh, trying to do a harder one? Okay, have fun. Oh, good luck with that. Do you seriously think your shallow, obvious attempts at goading me to playing this game will work? Oh. Well, what? Sorry, Scrub says what? So Wei joined the table. Alrighty, the lesson's pretty straightforward. Just real work together to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not number 1 by the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But be warned, I have this special power to read into your minds without hearing even a word out of your mouth. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see, Sinclair, I can see the corners of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. You're looking to form a ping, aren't you? Oof. Shun, you. And you want this dong tile I've got. Now I know to never ever discard this tile. How do you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right up. Okay. And wait, you. Using the glint of your glasses to hide your eyes, huh? Ooh. This isn't gonna be easy. Greatest mistake tonight was allowing me a seat at this table. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Not bad. Well, you're just as much of an open book, my guy. You just need that one song tile, don't you? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting that tile, because it's not there. Gang. I see, you got gang. Belt so you can claim the song, which was the Rimro's tile, didn't you? Tch. Is that by any chance of plot that you somehow know the location of every tile in this game? Yeah, no way. I just have this sixth sense for bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I would ever step back into this dark world of shadows, but... Oh, very well then. I'll be setting this flaw aside and... Ooh, I'm impressed. They're way too intense. I can hardly get involved. Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? Shh, my lady, the importance of this moment could not be overstated. I see. Swapped up your ready hand, didn't you? What do you think? 3 wild tiles in a row, huh? You've got some innate luck too. Very well, then I'll have to wager it all on this one suit. Ooh, I won. Ooh. At the King Yao hand, your downfall was reached from the moment you forced me to discard Zong. Oh darn, I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? I apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. I will with some tea. Wei, Victorious stumbled out of the room with his shoulders slumped. High succession in next class. Oh, so you can actually do that. But playing various games with Radia, I didn't just learn how to hide my expressions, I learned how to hide my gestures, tells too. He gets morale. Comedy duo. The good drill sergeant, mad drill sergeant. Well then, for now I don't even really worry about stuff. I want as much blue as I can get though. We'll do this here. This here. No, not that. This here. This here. Actually, we'll do this here. That's a minus 24. 76. Which I do not have a 6. Well, that is fine. What are the class success for here? Oh, I see. The exam was rolling on the basically a guaranteed one. I think that if I do this right, the combo applies after, not before. Although, if I do Don Quixote instead, yeah, we'll see. Declare. Ooh. Laughing and playing a student brought back fond memories of my own childhood. Really? Oh. There we go. Oh, well, now they're a bit different. Perfect, now we have 76, which is kind of okay. Sorry to sneeze, huh? Oh, actually, if I start off with a happy one here. Worked fine. And then I do this here. We do need that as well. We'll do Faust as well. Give me prep time. Hopefully another combo as well. Nope. Well, this fourth one, it's kind of not really great, but it's okay. Here we go, mandatory class. Yeah, we're still doing fine. I didn't find any more. Can't remember everyone we've done. I don't want to mix two of the happiness ones, so there's probably some of them there. You know, maxing like Dawn and so this would be a waste of one, you know. I heard from Big Bro that you sent your coins to Big Brother Q. Every hand, once it's in circulation, goes round and round until it eventually returns to their original owners. You also heard that some of the Wang family helped with removing the foreign powers from here. Why? I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. Out of here, you know. This is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows in whose hands the true political power of Hong Yuan lies right now. With that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yuan shouldn't genuinely believe that, I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, and I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q-Corp. Do you seriously believe she has Hong Yuan's best interest at heart with all those conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface? All those business deals and clearly skewed policies? I do not. But if you're going to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me just say that, on half of the board of directors, votes may as well be considered abstaining votes. They're keeping their silence because they're afraid of Jia Yuanshun's retaliation. So your remaining task is to convert those silent votes in your favor. Oh, not shaken by that at all, huh? I thought you'd get that lost and wandering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You've certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess it's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. Hong Yuan's tomorrow. Anyways, I should probably do as I'm told for now. My cousin will be your opponent for today. I won't accept you as my higher just yet. Fight me and prove to me, and prove that you're at least better than I am. Only then I'll accept you. Not charge again, right? Surely not charge again. Omen rule. Yay, dominating. Oh, they've got this stupid Higgum. Wait, I do know that now. I don't know why I'd want them to do them separately. Hey, wait. Why did show? Is it passive? I should probably be focusing on getting all of them to master. Fire as well. Prick boy. No, I don't want to take a hit. Guessing he won't apply though. A talisman, I mean. Yeah, I saw Ishmael. Yep, Ishmael adventure. Oh man, I don't want to get hit by that, but I'm gonna. I'm guessing breaking the coins because the talisman's still in place, so just gonna get hit. Never mind, I guess they do. Yeah, whatever, he's gonna get staggered here. Thought it on. What? Do you have something to say to my face? Yeah, don't give my little brother your crap. Your little brother? You know who I'm talking about. Do you have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That buzzcut kid was her little brother. You can barely even hold on to your seat, which you're about to lose soon anyway, and you have the gall to give him false hope. I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know. I hear from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had a fun time, after being barred from playing with his friends, with how things are in Hong Yuan. Just shut up. Besides, it's not all just hot air. What? I wasn't making an empty promise when I said I will change Hong Yuan to be a place where everyone can live without fear. And for that, I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. You'll fail, not with you on my side. We all know what Big Sister Yuan Shun's Hong Yuan looks like. It'll be exactly the same in essence, and will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over that same burden we've carried all our lives to your little siblings? No, of course not. When King Shan left in a hurry, but that look in her eyes told me that there was conflict brewing in her. So many words! Morale, fine. You know, I feel like Ishmael here is definitely the right call. -8, I'm gonna get, -16. Which? 80? Crap. Because -8, first one's gonna go to 76. Now it's gonna get below. Get that one first. You have to do an upper. We vibe with Heathcliff usually. It's usually Ishmael. That's why I definitely want Ishmael here. Let's do, these were here. Gonna get a lot of Yong. I need Yong anyways. It's the lowest stat I have. These two should work together. I heard it. There is one. Right, lads, listen up. This ain't gonna be like them boring old classes you've been sitting through. You've got to leave the desk behind once in a while to learn some real life lessons, yeah. Right, so here's the deal. You want to break their morale before the brawl even begins. Brawl. Learn this by heart, and you'll be kicking those twats arses left, right, and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So, Heathcliff, I've gotta ask this question. Something about your club seems different today. Looks a lot more colorful, too. Bollocks, lad catches on quick. That Waybrook said something about how swinging around a real club might come off as too threatening and also confiscated it. That high-tech weapon cries boop when it hits people. I see. Ah, don't you underestimate me just because I'm holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders, eyes are wide open. Let's get cracking. With that, Heathcliff triumphantly raised his newfound weapon towards the sky. He made a small boop noise. Ooh. So, class accessory goes down, but you get a lot of morale. Oh, stance +1. She should be net master now. Perfect. Okay, what I want to do here is definitely try and get all the ones to master here. Okay, I'm with so because we want them all to master. Turn you here. Plus here, which will make me minus what's it gonna be minus again? I'm not sure. Minus 16. I don't like doing math in my head, man. 82. 82. 86. 76. Okay, that's fine. With 76, I'm gonna have to do an upper. Which in this case, I mean, we haven't tried it actually here. I feel like I do want to do more smoke wars though, but it's just 7 and 7. Let's do that though. See if we can find one. Actually, I think we already did one with him before. Never mind, because I haven't. Begin class, here we go. Yeah, actually pretty similar, here we go. Got them to expert, perfect. Crap. Crap, crap, crap. Oh, this is a happy one at least. Okay, we're not doing that again. Definitely not that one again. Round we tell him the drunken. Okay, let's do, well, we're still decent right now. Definitely Smokey here. Let's do Smokey here with, who usually has the best vibe with him? Otis, but Otis is already done with him. Here we go, shoot. Nah, the morale's gonna get too low. We're gonna already get minus 18 morale. Let's use, I already did Dawn. Here we go. Rodion and they usually have. Oh yeah, we already did them. Okay, who is another one that makes people happy? Dawn. I want a good combo here, man. A combo that I haven't done before. If I haven't done these two before. That is gonna give a lot of Stuff I don't really want. Whatever. Heard a bonus. This class. After an uncharacteristic pause, you will continue. Will be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited for your tutelage. Guest lecturer, but I wasn't informed of this. Where are they? I don't know, maybe they're lost. A little bird told me that the venerable hierarch will gift me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine, straight from the Dagyuan Yuan's brewer. Dagyuan Yuan's brewer. Fooey. There any truth to that, folks? That guy. Just stopping by to see if I can leech some liquor at this party. Hong Yuan's an awfully miserly place. Would you spare a shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? Oh well, you're clearly not just any poor old drifter. Are you guys acquainted? He ambushed us in a room after the first round of the family hierarch war was over. He what? The family hierarch war has been over for a while, and everyone in Hong Yuan knows who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like you, who only knows how to mooch off other families, set foot in here? Looks like I'm gonna have to give my clan a stern talking to. How could they let slip a drunk assassin like... I see that our useful hierarch is plenty suspicious. I have been a guest in many places, but please, I am no moocher. Put your worries to rest. I'm only a drunkard who enjoy the cool swig of liquor, with scenic landscapes as my bar. The sky is my ceiling and the dirt as my bed. The man who had introduced himself as the night drifter of the Drunken Palm leaped down. Landing with dexterity, that betrayed the rags he wore as clothing and the terrible stench of liquor emanating from him. Is he seriously? Bad news, Miss Chin. Apparently, Jia Yuanshun bestowed upon you a new master. Oh, big sister, Yuanshun. She also wanted us to deliver the message that she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister, the neophyte hierarch who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I am beside myself with gratitude. So that's the supposed teacher, this mysterious guy with a mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back at any time. As he said, family hierarch war is over, and even mongrels of Hong Yuan know who has the legitimacy here. The incident during the contest... Don't die. The incident during the contest was nothing more than business, a job to take care of in return for what compensation they gave me. I hope you don't carry the grudge in your heart. I'm sure you don't harm your rivals in the family hierarch war out of personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business is just business. I killed young Master Bayou, or they promised to pay off my bar tab, and I'm here to give the hierarch a lesson, as they promised to pay off my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on the gig worker living hand to mouth like myself, don't you think? Haha. I'll advise that the optics and the consequences of rejecting a master sent by us by Jia Yuanshun yourself. It's not going to look good. I know, it's only going to make me look worse, but I'd rather not give Big Sister Yuanshun more ammunition to take me down. And you there will have eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might rouse unnecessary suspicion. Ooh-wee, ain't that a threat? I can hardly taste the wine before such hostility. Despite Zod's dead serious warning, the Night Drifter's response was only a hearty chortle. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my to-be pupils are. Now give me a demonstration if you will, swing away. Aha, that's enough. But I was just getting started. Your form is flawed, and your breathing is hollow. Need I say more? Need to see more. Flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial arts prowess is amateurish. What the heck is this guy serious? I've never had a single master who had anything bad to say about my form. Your arms are straight, and the legs supporting your stance are solid and sturdy, indeed. Most masters would not bother themselves to find fault there. But let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupil, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? Well, there is more to this than raw strength. Now, take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it. Use the tune, take the powerful swing at Night Drifter. Your mind outpaces your body. Your tent more transparent than a glass globe, and your edge is dull, or it is very little heart for fades. But he definitely weaves his way between her strikes, which fail to even touch the tip of his ragged cloak. Ah, you are far too eager to strike. Focus singularly on your opponent, with force distributed unevenly across your body, so you will fail to cut and gain a little hole as comeuppance. Then Night Drifter pokes Chiazuchun's back, the twig. Everyone vying for the seat of the family hierarch has to go through it eventually. The first to kill. Some say the earlier the better. Mine was when I was 13, not too early, not too late, just right. It's already been a few years since my foolish brother locked himself in his chambers. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week. After ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live like that, dumbbutt. Try to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go, and let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Hey, wait, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? It wasn't that bad this time. What if they give him a way worse poison next time? You know, young Master Bayou won't accept your gift, my lady. I doubt it even seeking the culprit now. So stupid. You're interested in anything practical, zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have. Just tell. But my lady, it wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Some seek the state of Anatta, the non-self. What would they seek is a path? What would they seek is a path of Asura, reserved for the likes of Blade Fiends. You must learn to let go of everything, except for the self. What kind of life is it to live without stepping over others? Let it all go, the gazes, the pressures, all of it. Instead, face yourself, and only yourself. And feel how light it all becomes. After some thought, the attuned forms visibly relaxed. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her pursed lips seemed to have found peace as well. Yeah, she's got it, Melvin. What should we do about you, my overconfident, proud pupil? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky. My memories haven't failed me yet. You were one of the young Master Giabayu's underlings, correct? Underling, yeah. However you want to call it, I guess. Sinclair replied with a resigned sigh. Just why do you think it was at you, specifically you, among his 12 underlings, were chosen to take this class alongside the young hierarch? Sinclair momentarily flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard by the stranger's sudden, pointed question, but he soon regained his composure and replied. Oh well, who else besides me would ever go along with these lessons plans? Don Quixote's going to ditch the classes out of boredom, same goes for Radia, and Otis will try to take over the classes. Not to mention what it'd be like to have Heathcliff here, and haha, such a loquacious list of excuses struck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself? Even less than what I have already learned about you. What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to break its shell, in time will rot within its confines. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion to me. Prepare yourself to flit away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss the opportunity. Then the night drifter giggled flippantly, the suddenly serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Yeah, it's been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away. Huge success in class. I emptied all distracting self and let the flow of battle swing my weapon. I think I managed to cut through something invisible. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. That's fine. Huge success in next class. There we go. Another master. I don't think I've tried Heathcliff and Rodion with each other yet. You know what then? I had them together. Let's do that. That. Then that. No, I think a comedy duo and one comedy duo. But I really do want to level them up, and I do have to level both of them up. To be fair, I'm only going to be at -18. Could afford another here. -8, -8, -10, which is gonna be around -20. You know, put me around 80, which I can definitely do. I mean, it's pretty good altogether, though. May actually do another, though. Well, I'll do him after. Nothing, eh? Open. Sadly, none of them. Okay, now we're low. Better start with a boom. Keep morale up D. And we'll do this here. I feel like Heathcliff and them might make a good one. Hopefully. Because we definitely do want to master everything. That should be a priority here. I meditated to empty everything except for the self. I'm still getting there, but I think I've got an idea. Nothing, eh? Gotta break enemies. My bestie and arrival passive. Oh. Okie doke. Wish I could have done more. It's fine here. Stats are pretty good. At least I think so, all things considered. Dang, am I glad to get my head screwed back on. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the missed news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes in the recovery room sounds very enticing, and I really wish I was there to watch it all. Half the family heads getting arrested for treason. The seat of the family hierarchy going to some inexperienced kid from the Gia family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off, and how she's now been branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entertainment in the world seems to have happened during my little nap. Don't you think? You didn't even show your face at the regular assembly, so I doubt you've any concern for the future of Hong Yuan. So, just what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun. They used to be kind-hearted. Help them understand what type of person you are, yes sir. Wait, now they have defense down. Oh. I know she has a butt ton of passive here. Before attacks, you target one +1/1 for this. Remove the first stagger, that's pretty good. Ooh. Kira's participating in this battle. Oh, here we go. Wait, don't get power up here. Yeah, let's get power up next turn. I think I do. Yeah. Yep, there's a power up. Oh. Never mind. Nothing compared to the trial of the fixer face. Yes, sir. Otis right. Oh, wait, no, I'm there. The person following. Oh, it did for a second. My bad. Yeah, you're gonna hit me. I know you are. See what a stagger you next time, though. Next turn. Maybe this one even, actually, with all the blood.
동료를 포기하지 않아.
Yeah, he was, yeah, I'm definitely going in the right direction if it was that easy. Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last dust, or stab me in the heart, cut my limbs to ribbons. Listen, this duel's just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this to end. Yeah, now, isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes, and you're too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting their head on a silver platter, and you're just gonna let them slink away with these scratches. Get your act together, family hierarchs war. Get your act together, family hierarch war is over, and I'm not gonna kill someone just because they're being a bit uncooperative. Yeah, get real. Do you have any idea how long it'll take for you to gain even a morsel of power by playing this fool's game? Hey, want to hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as a family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine, and hang my corpse by the entrance of that assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message. Station every single one of your hatred packs between every pillar of the assembly hall, and if anyone dares speak out against you, snip. Chop off their head before they can get word out. Before they can get another word out. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as the hierarch. Here's power. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm here to make Huangyuan a place where people can live without fear. I thought you of all people might understand. I remember how I used to hate hurting people, more so than anyone else. Man, what a boring answer. That was duller than even my dullest expectations. It'll only take a few years until you break, until you become just like them. Just like the family hierarchs of the past who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. Just how many people here do you think still have any grip on their sanity? Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming an idiot shuffling aimlessly around Dogwan Yuan. I can only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. Something entertaining's happening. Something entertaining's gonna happen. I can only hope that it'll be I can only hope that it happens while I'm still staying. I can only hope that it happens while I'm still sane. The Pan sauntered away, but Jia Zichun found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You've passed the forest exam with flying colors. You've certainly crushed them for underestimating you. I am. My lady, Jia Zichun seems deeply engrossed in thought. Okay, we need these three here. Crap. Gotta get the heckin' happiness up. Which one is the most happiness? I think comedy duo is pretty high, right? That was not too bad, though. Yeah, 20 morale. What a huge success, guaranteed. My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. It's all useless, isn't it? Zichun, when these classes end and all you guys leave, I guess I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin could pop out of nowhere and kill me at any moment. Consumed by so much paranoia, I'm worried that I'll start twitching at shadows cast from the lamplights. Would it mean anything for me to, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I've spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch. And now I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it. To those bastards whose only thought in their empty heads is how they can expand their rooms. Mr. Wei, have you ever heard of playing hooky before? You ever heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky? Is it a euphemism for eliminating your enemies? Well, I've already done it back when I was in school. But, yeah, when there's too much going on in your head, you just skip school and go out to play. Oh. Yeah, I've only done it once myself, after a friend talked me into it. I agree. It seems that the time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well, let us play. Just one hooky. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? I gotta have those bastards' approval, don't I? She's in a real bad mood today, huh? My lady, have you visited the backyard of Lujue Hermitage as of late? Snow Reed. No, but I know what happened there. They threw in a few dead bodies from the massacre decades ago, turned the pond foul, and then decided to bury the whole thing. Indeed they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on the surface, eventually turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their noses or risk passing out. Why even bring up something awful like that? It seemed that a tree had taken root there, my lady. Amidst all that rot. A willow. The willow tree reached deep into the pond with its roots, clearing it of the foul grease, cleansing the water. And one day we found it clear and glittering, thriving with other aquatic plants growing within. It's recovered from the rot, becoming a normal clear pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago, they introduced a few carps in there, and when they checked again, they were just as vivacious as they were on their first day there. Would you like to pay the pond a visit, if it is alright with you? The Chin didn't seem to quite buy the explanation, but she followed him anyway. You weren't kidding. I avoided this place for so long. He seems pleased with himself. He seems pleased with himself, yeah. I never thought it could be this clean again. I can hardly believe that this pond used to be a rotten bog. Hey, don't kick the fish. All that happened was that this tree happened to take root here. What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind then, as I was quite swamped with work, but the world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow, as long as there is a steady root to rally around. After a long break that seemed to freshen even our hearts. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes. The light in your eyes. I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had some change of heart, too. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. Oh, man. My waist. I didn't just learn how to hide my feelings. I learned how to make whatever expressions I want. I finally won a round against Radia. So close, man. I definitely need to get these two though. Yeah, still gonna be fine. Get them all done. I need them all done. Right, class, here's the new task to help you learn how to break. Here's the new task to help you learn how to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost. So don't. It don't matter how many there are, or how threatening they look. Yeah. Take me for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop, no matter what enemy we were put against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world you can't solve by boldly rushing in head first. Ishmael Notice would have boldly rushed in head first to shake him by his lapels if they'd been here. Lapels? Here's what I think, neither of you have got enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say that crap against those buggers back at the assembly hall, am I right? She is the Shun and maintained her silence. The old scar on her pride growing sore again. So let me help you grow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. No need to shrink last, stand proud. Well, okay, but how could I? Don't worry about offending me, yeah. I can take it. Unlike you two, I've built up enough thick skin for all kinds of insults thanks to my years in the Backstreet. I'm bloody invincible. Yeah, well, shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing up there is standing around and trying to look cool. Ooh, that one's gotta sting a little. That's it, you little frail. Here's what I would have said back in the day. And I probably would have struck you with this hammer. I mean, my club. But I've changed too. So did you. I can see that the fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah. I will. Now, let's practice. And it looks like both of you have had the perfect sparring partner in each other. Looks like both of you have the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons. Both of you. Oh, you mean us? Me and the tune. I grew my backbone by getting into fisticuffs with the boys during my Backstreet days. They break my arm. I break their legs in return. See what I mean? That what bestie is supposed to mean. Here's the tune asked with considerable confusion. Well, let's do this, I guess. You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't.
최고의 방책은
Wait, he's actually winning. Holy heck. There he is, Andy, yo. Ooh, he'll tense. Crashing the hatch. He'll 10 SP every turn. Get 1 minute max speed. You want to take fire off. Ooh. Dude. Well, they're going up actually, not down. Like the wings of a phoenix. Oh, but yeah, the stagger bar closer as well. So you're not gonna get it, Sinclair. You're gonna get beat so hard here, holy heck. Wasn't even even. Yeah, the rolls are just way too high. True leader never abandons her men. Gross. Your minus 80% damage and damage dealt by this skill cannot stagger the target. It's inevitable to lose. But I do want to see that attack at least. Please. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. I want to see that attack. Thank you. I didn't even get to see the growth. He just died immediately, man. Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, man. That was much closer than I thought. Good match. Geez, don't most people usually lose steam the longer a fight gets? What the heck was that at the end? The two of them clashed with everything they learned, and with all they learned up until the lessons began. I thought for sure that Jia Zichun would come out on top without breaking a sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity, and the tough training Jia Zichun had as family hire candidate, but... I know I didn't even get to see it because he cramped thanks to the Night Drifter's teachings or thanks to that mark on his forehead. I saw a glimpse of Sinclair. I'd only seen in a select few mirror worlds. You're right, Sinclair. Oh, yeah. It's not like we were going at it with real weapons. And the fight ended before it got any further, thankfully. I'm not hurt or anything. I'm feeling a fever on my forehead, though. I didn't get to see it. And it didn't seem like Sinclair noticed a single yet clear red line that appeared on his forehead. It's not like anything bad happened when that mark manifested back in La Mancha land, but... Considering that Demian and Rim were the only other people who had ever shown that mark, I couldn't help but worry a little. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Where's this coming from? Oh, and by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homebody, but... There's something behind your eyes that tell me that your life hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows. I wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home. Because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face a whole terrible world up on my own. And that was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. You've been on top of your game your whole life after all. I did leave dog one you on by my own volition, but... If I'm being honest, and here's something I never told Wade. I felt unutterably lost. There was so much that I had to do, so much responsibility. I guess neither of us were that ready for the world when we left home. I feel just as lost as back. I feel just as lost back home though. And there's Heathcliff too. He also left home some time ago. We paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. You have no idea how much of the journey back he spent gussing up and crimping his hair. Something just came up. Class dismissed. Yeah, I reminded him of... C. Catherine. Now I know enough about urban and trench warfare to give an explanation of my own. I didn't even know they were the same. Wish I would have known that before. Come on, please be enough. Nice, there we go. So now she has all the buffs. How to survive. Ooh, SP. Ooh, nullify, good. Okay, now we're looking at this. Green. Could use some help now. We'll use her. With, I'm not sure we haven't tried together. I'm not sure, I mean, she usually hangs out with Dawn, but I think they're both happy. Let's do them and them. This, he's good. No. No, I remember actually pretty similar. That was a very bad combo. Like, really bad combo. Oh, actually not that bad. Thought we gain more rent if I do this. Not exactly preferable, but yeah, what are you gonna do? Could look at 80 here. Yeah, I could do it. There we go. I should learn various detailed me, yeah. Sure. I don't like that blown up one, no. I think playing with children brought back fond memories of my own childhood. They're now at 80. Oh, him again. Oh, crap. Oh, I didn't want that. Oh, I didn't want that to be first. Fine. No, I have to do a happy one first. Comedy duo? No. Let's do her. Now, who haven't I done with Dawn? Don't need to do this thing here. I need blow up. It does work. Oh, not what I want. You know, I feel like these could work here. This one could work. Yeah, let me get the 8 there as well. Day 30 is going to be the final day, so we'll see. Oh, a good amount of growth, though. So, are you going to teach us any techniques? Yeah, it's only been a few days since your training began yet. My other martial arts masters would teach me their secret techniques. So that's what got you 2 pounding all lesson. Ooh-wee. Ah, some good wine. Very well. I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swung your stick? Forget all those things that put pressure on me. I face nothing but myself and my movements, and that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. The slight friction from the tips of your toes, the ruffle of your clothes to your breath. Erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. Night Drifter stands before us. What his presence becomes as hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget the weapons in your hands, forget your structured forms. Break the mold, become the flow, let only your will remain. Randomness seeps into his movements, so all semblance of pattern becomes lost. There was something clownish about his unpredictable movements, but they were also so hypnotic and floaty that Jiavichun, the hand Sinclair, couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Turn out the forced direction of your heart, empty your desires and intentions both. Both, stab without thinking, penetrate without gazing. It was Both Zichu and Sinclair's necks were marked by small imprints of that twig that pressed their skin. Indeed, who had been standing next to me all along had leaped a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. And my neck hurts too. Guess I wasn't spared from the lesson. Wait, happened to be too? What if this fits that saying that you sing others from time to time, to lose one's nose with open eyes? Immerse yourselves. Make sure your descent is slow and gradual. We've been focusing entirely on the self with your swings thus far, so you should find it quite easy to reach the state of emptiness of mind. Didn't I just say that one must take it slowly and gradually? Tempted your mind already. I'd have taught you my everything had you entered under my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No. Wait, I need to relax more. So, our new hierarch has found herself the clue to the emptiness of form. What technique is this? It's all just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give them those flashy names. A truly secret technique should come without one. Well, it's still supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? Well, in that case, we had some good wine indeed. Guess I'll go with something like Plastered Sleep Under Strange Ripples. The name sucks. The class comes to an end with an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Yulu, who'd been observing the class from a distance, approaches the Night Drifter. Been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this, starting from its very fundamentals. Hardly can one find a pupil wanting to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancements like the Veil. I'm only fortunate enough to have found two people who are indeed willing. Your gait, your tone. Were you among the 10 blades of the East? Now, it seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't quite recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. The past is like smoke. I've long since emptied any history worth delving into. There we go. Back up. There we go. Okay, based off this, okay, what I want to do here. I also want to hit that 90, which ain't that bad. I get to do I get to do her, so she actually gives decent there. Her and what was the other? I think Ishmael, right? Yep. And then with Ishmael, I can do another one here. With let's see, who would I want to do? There's something I haven't done with her actually. We'll gain 20 here, we're gonna minus 10, so that'll bring us back to 90. What do I prefer? No, I can't do that though. I wonder if there's any of that actually I can do them all at the same time. Whatever, I don't know. I feel all the ones I'm missing are probably them combined. Yeah, get that, yep. Yeah, that should be good. Learn some threats and intimidating expressions I can use to frighten the targets. There we go. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I could suddenly teach you guys to hear the fathoms of other people's hearts. Yeah, it's not like we can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? And that is precisely why I have installed this box called Messages from the Hearts by the door here when the lessons first began. Messages from the Hearts. The greatest strength of Messages from the Heart is its anonymity. Here, people can anonymously share the concerns, and I've been eating away at them without the fear of judgment. Yeah. This seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings behind the masks of anonymity. The box is quite heavy. It seems that everyone's been making quite the liberal use of this. Let's see. The one on the bottom has to be the first message. The one on the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Boy, I've got to ask. Do those consultations even do anything? Does this mask of anonymity even do anything? Also, what's the point of these messages anyways? If you're about to whinge at their face. Well, I ain't got much else to say, so, I've got one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night. To do something about that, yeah. Something about a smoking head over and over. The point is, it's been getting on my nerves. If it doesn't get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it in my own way. Deal with it how? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares herald the executive... Who dares herald the executive manager with such useless, weak-minded complaints? If you're going to continue wasting the executive manager's precious time and cause them trouble, I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best prepare yourself for the consequences. Well, it's like she's right here, speaking right into my ear. Never thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? I've got proof too. I folded this piece of paper up into a padlock knot shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty good job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing, my compass disappeared. It's a compass that I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Belmort trenches. We're going to have to re-establish some house rules soon. Theft report, did one of you steal her compass or something? Nah, no way, we'd never steal from each other, no matter how hard things get. Something troubles me. Oh, finally, someone finally submitted a real concern here. Was it the Type A wire that caused the explosion, or was it caused by replacing the clamp part from the shattering gear? The likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourself with this message. Well, that's that, I guess. Looks like I should really share this with everyone. This one might be something serious for once. I can't just let this slip away like nothing happened, you know. Roger. Yeah, I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping? No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? You're gonna have to bring me up to speed on this. Yeah, I don't know exactly when this was, but there was a loud shattering noise outside at night, so we all ran to see what happened. But no one managed to find any credible clue, so I guess we'll just let it slide. Anywho, Dante said they were A-okay, so we just moved on from it, but... I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. Here's my guess. What if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with his one hand? You know what I mean. I'm trusting the anonymity thingy on this. Gregor, he wasn't. The alarm clock broken due to shock at the time of the incident was pointing precisely at 22:32. Also known as 10:32, and at that hour only 2 individuals were awake for the night watch duty. Guys, this is turning into like a whole investigation. Around 22, one of the 2 individuals who were on the night watch duty was, yep, Miss Faust was one of them. Oh hey, Dante, didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust this morning? Now that I think back on it, I did have a talk with Faust that day briefly. Faust made a few criticisms on my command cell, and she was right, but I pretended to not hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Faust actually held a grudge against me for that. So fellas, I don't think anyone's noticed this, but I noticed a dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. As you know, Manager Bud, there's only 2 among us who smoke. Oh, Gregor. But one of them stayed put in his own room. You know what I mean? They're the witness too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she will come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. I shall prove unto thee that I am no cowardly weaver of lies. In truth, among numerous cosplays I had wished to accomplish was the duo of Captain Scorps and the One-Eyed Navigator. To explain the lore of Captain Scorps, this tale begins early in year 757, after a very long read. And as the possibility of procuring a scorpion arm proved more dubious than one could have expected. Thus did I convince young Gregor to join forces with me, to cosplay together and capture glorious forms in photographs No, 'twas a pity he had no pipe, only a cigarette between his teeth. I knew Ishmael's compass was to be the captain's trinket, and for that purpose I had briefly borrowed it from a room. Oh, woe was me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna, another prop, and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. Despite my best efforts to restore it, the tuny aroma lingers still. I beg thy forgiveness, Manager Esquire sobbed. Well, at least we now know who took Ishmael's compass. It's frustrating. TC, GWN, and MTL. This like the code. Declare translation, please. Yeah, trying to parse it from written text is usually way harder. I normally try to read the speaker's tone and the general context of her words, so unfortunately the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually going to try to find the culprit? Nausea bubbled inside me like I'd just been reminded of a persistent itch I'd managed to forget. It looks like someone shoved a turning fork in my head. Guys. Alright, that's it, Clockhead. Ray, read up. I'm gonna confront the solid and tell him to tell it like it is if there's something bugging him. Instead of whining in his sleep. Now, where is he? Hey, nice. Looks like the anonymous person's trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante. Hear you well. It is I. The sinner first in the order. Apologies, are in order. Ever since the incident, I could hardly lull myself to a restful sleep. In truth, it was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. To explain this, one must first explore the sentence cuts off. This part of the paper has been torn off. Why not about what exists no longer? I will not embark on a multi-liquid scrapping of excuses. I write before you in shame, and my express willingness to accept any punishment you see fit to dole out. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. I can't believe the culprit was that sinner. Good thing he fessed up. What, doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? What if he's just trying to take the heat? But it seems to me that number one sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's best we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh, hello, Dante. I was taking a walk. You hear when I found a piece of paper somebody tore off, so I'm returning it here. Hope it finds its way to the original writer. Those returns the number one sinner's paper. It has to be the key to resolving the case. I hurriedly unfurled the paper. The truth of what transpired. You ever find yourself wondering if that crackling fire, like sitting on top of the manager's head, is hot like real fire, or if it would not give off heat, or if it would not give off any heat? Curious, right? Don't worry about it, you think. It's not like we have any other way to tell, other than touching it ourselves, haha. Indeed, unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation and measurement. The rest must have been pretty tired. Indeed, the ticking noise has shrunk in volume. It seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check? Well, the manager is asleep. Perhaps the sound of the phlegm sinking past my gullet makes far too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. He sank. The alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off. You have a minute at most. I shall interface with the timepiece. Look at you rats playing a played-out prank. And that is indeed the full tale of what has transpired. Under the lens of hindsight, illumination, it would almost appear that I am making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It'd be easier on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of culpability myself. And that's where it is. The culprit was right under our noses the entire time. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but what if I was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit that I couldn't bring myself to, can't deny that. Tell you the truth in time. To tell you another truth. I think I might have had an idea as to why I've been made a student alongside Miss Zuchun. It must have been something that the company was expecting from me, but it's just not showing up, so they must be making me take these classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their own issues and slowly overcoming them, while I'm still here feeling like I'm stagnating in place. They've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know. I just get the feeling that the ship might have sailed for me already. It was clear to me that Sinclair wasn't just talking about physical training or his combat prowess. It's about something more than half the sinners had faced and were facing at this point. Holy heckin' words about his past and the past that lies ahead. The guilt and the pressure of having failed to confront it was never going to be easy for him to let go. I don't think anyone's got the perfect idea of how the trajectory of their lives is going to be. That's why we're all on the bus, ain't it? You know, you can just shout at me to get my act together, like Heathcliff does. No, I will, if I have to. Whatever that was, you guys managed to talk it out, huh? All I heard was that ticking noise. Ah, sorry about that. What Dante said was, hey, don't bother. I just needed a quick glance at that look on your face to feel that tick-tock with my heart. Thus, the curious case of the alarm clock came to an end. So, what do you guys think Ryoshi was trying to say? Two culprits. Guileless and the nightmare's end, my translator. I see. Claire and I sat there for a moment, absorbing the awkward silence. More. Okay, I can start off with a... Start with a notice. And boom. Yeah, I never got all the combos, I knew I wouldn't. Is there any combo that gives actually... See, 20 more round. No, that's more. Oh, yeah, I could do that, actually. There we go. There we go. I mean, you know, I think we're pretty good. Finally, the 30 days of lessons were completed. And the day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came out to bid good luck to Jia Zichun on our way to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will be able to complete this final exam, just as excellently as you have all the others. It is most likely you will be facing off against a skilled foe from the Zue or Shi family. Of course, you will doubtless wipe the floor with them. I have taught you all that I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. You got this, Zichun. Guys, you really didn't have to all come out here to see me off. Still, I have undying faith that you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, the Gong and I have also prepared about 21 alternative solutions in case things go awry. So please don't worry yourself too much. Do you have faith in me or not? Upon our return to the classroom, we were greeted by an unexpected guest. Must be very nice to be Zichun. To have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. It had been a while since we last saw Zue Baochai, which was during the regular assembly. What are you doing here, big sis Baochai? I couldn't stop myself from paying you all a visit. Out of pity. If only Zichun and Bayu both smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. Big sis. Please stop talking to me like that. I didn't know you could even say such a thing. It's always been this way. If a fruit is fully ripened, we have to seize it and taste its juices before anything else. We can't just let go. We can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't, my parents couldn't. But you, who was born and raised on the very same soil we were. How do you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my eyes as the days go by fill me with abundance. I'm only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking for more or less. But how can one do nothing but watch, when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, big sis? I want to be closer, that my hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who had sent you that guest lecturer? The Chun's palanquin isn't headed to the exam site, is it? No, it's not. It's heading to Backseat Yuan Shun's exam site. Blasted scoundrels. I must hasten after the palanquin before I lose track of them. We sprinted outside before even the bout finished. A tramp-on. Fellas, shouldn't we also be going? Calm yourselves for a moment. The gong swiftly came between us, clearly having taken a gauge of the situation. It has been too long since the palanquin has departed. It is better to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency. Though, Abi seems to have chosen the latter. I think I heard the faint sound of hooves coming from the direction the gong was glancing in. So this is what you've chosen. Yes, the exams you've taken thus far were all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart. After you've decided to follow yours. Bouty smiled sweetly. So now, what fragrance do you smell from me? I smell nothing. The way Bouty left the room wordlessly upon hearing their reply. Holy heck. No! Oh, I was gonna do self, eh? One of the rare times where you don't use any modules, eh? Oh, and the gross is saved too, even better. Then we did get pretty high. I'm not really complaining about it. I'd say all in all, it's a pretty good endeavor. Maybe because, oh guys, I'm gonna call it today because I am making tired. Yeah, kids, guys, peace out, have a good one. Goodbye, goodbye, and have the wonderful day that you can have. Get us try that again. And hope the rest of your day is a prosperous one. Your week as well. In any case, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. That's better.